guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The suspect in the assassination of the chief executive of United Healthcare will fight extradition to New York to face murder charges. Luigi Mangione has been denied bail and will remain in custody in Pennsylvania, where he was arrested. The Israeli military has confirmed it destroyed Syrian naval facilities overnight and that it's conducted more than 350 airstrikes in the past 48 hours on military assets belonging to the Assad regime. This despite warnings that it could ignite new conflict and jeopardize the transition of power to an interim government in the country. Israel has characterized its operations as defensive, saying it was striking suspected chemical weapons stockpiles to prevent them from falling into the hands of extremists. Rebels have named Syria's new interim prime minister as Mohammed al-Bashir, who previously governed a small pocket of rebel-held territory. Meanwhile, the United States has filed war crimes charges against two high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. It comes after the government of Bashar al-Assad collapsed, with the former president fleeing the country. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The US Justice Department says Jamil Hassan and Abdul Salam Mahmoud, both former Syrian Air Force intelligence officers, are responsible for what they're calling the infliction of cruel and inhuman treatment on detainees. Among those detainees, US citizens. The two men allegedly ordered torture, including whipping, beating, burning and electrocuting prisoners. The indictment was filed last month, but only unsealed with the fall of the Syrian government. Washington has issued arrest warrants. However, prosecutors say the pair remain at large, with their exact location seemingly unknown.
Firefighters continue to battle a fast-moving wildfire in the California city of Malibu, and thousands of people remain under evacuation orders. Some students at a local university were forced to shelter overnight in the school's library. Ira Spitzer reports from California.
The Franklin Fire erupted overnight in Malibu, fueled by powerful dry winds blowing from the mountains toward the Southern California coast. Residents reported seeing the hillside covered in flames, and the fire crossed the Pacific Coast Highway with wind gusts of close to 100 kilometers an hour. At Pepperdine University, several hundred students sheltered in place in the school's library overnight. Malibu has opened other evacuation sites, with power shut down across parts of the coastal city of 10,000 people. The National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning indicating a particularly dangerous situation for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties through at least Tuesday afternoon.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the joy in Syria over Bashar al-Assad's ouster from power and his flight to asylum in Russia gives way to horror as efforts continue to find those people whose lives he upended during his 24 years in power. It is hard, given some of the images the world has witnessed from Syria since the weekend, to remember that when Assad first ascended to the Syrian leadership, he was considered a reformer, a man who could modernize his country after the brutality of his own father, Hafez al-Assad, who ruled Syria for nearly 3 decades. But Emma Beals, a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute and senior advisor at the European Institute of Peace, says now the last couple of days have put paid to any illusions about the nature of Bashar's own regime.
The flip side of yesterday's joy is just utter sadness and tragedy as the full scale of what a butcher Assad was comes to light. And some of us knew that. We've been following in a lot of detail for many years, researching, these gulags and what was happening in them. But, watching them desperately try to get people out of Sednaya and the underground basements there, the secret prisons, just the scale of horror has just been astonishing.
Tomorrow, what to expect from Syria's rebel leader, now with his fingers on the levers of power in Damascus. He says he wants to unify the country and has put his jihadist past behind him. But can he be trusted? With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The suspect in the assassination of the chief executive of United Healthcare will fight extradition to New York to face murder charges. The Israeli military's confirmed it destroyed Syrian naval facilities overnight. And the US has filed war crimes charges against 2 high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty. All right, well, close out a Tuesday, roll it into Hump Day. midweek coming on already. Are you ready? Keep on humping, right? We shall turn the page on the calendar, 11th day of December. From time zone to time zone. Now we went from, we had a short sleeve Monday to a sweater Tuesday to a long john Wednesday. The cold air sweeping in. We are bracing for a true Arctic air mass that's going to be downright painful for people spending time outdoors. That's going to be right on the heels of a big eastern storm, which is, as we speak, coming together. Get ready for the bomb cyclone. Don't you love those scary words? The world's coming to an end. It's a strengthening storm, folks. Nothing uncommon. But as we look at the current radar scene, a rainy night. We've got shower activity through the heart of Pennsylvania, some showers over toward Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. A lot of this is kind of scattered through West Virginia. Much of Virginia, rain from Richmond to Roanoke. Things really begin to fill in, and western portions of North Carolina, South Carolina, right on down to the heart of Georgia. Showers through Atlanta to Montgomery, Alabama, all the way down to just east of New Orleans. That is the storm that is going to rapidly strengthen as it moves northward, headed toward Canada. The budding bomb cyclone will unleash torrential rain, powerful winds from the Appalachians to the Atlantic coast, and snarl traffic, triggers some flooding, and cause power outages here as we roll into midweek. The beginnings of the storm already producing torrential downpours and severe thunderstorms from Louisiana to Georgia this past day. There were some tornado warnings issued for some of those thunderstorms, damaging winds, urban flooding, the main threats for the storms in the southeast through the overnight hours. But as downpours and thunderstorms ramp up, overnight tonight, rain expands northward and begins to soak the central Appalachians, the mid-Atlantic, and southern New England regions. Maybe a wintry mix in northern New England where the chilly air is hanging on there for the moment. Some of the major cities that could see some urban flooding on overnight into Wednesday morning. Again, from Atlanta to Charlotte, Mobile, Alabama. The storm then quickly reorganizes along the upper mid-Atlantic coast Wednesday, rapidly intensifying, where the central pressure of the storm will plunge, creating a giant vacuum in the atmosphere, and that's what causes winds to come rushing in. Some rain will act like a giant fire hose, organizing into intense north to south, west to east, crawling squall, gusty winds. Rain, a general 1 to as much as 4 inches of rainfall. Some areas could see 6 to 8 inches in the southeast. That plume of moisture will likely be traced for more than 2,000 miles, all the way from northeastern U.S. down into the Caribbean. That would fit the definition of an atmospheric river. This advancing squall will bring the highest risk of accidents on the roads, ground stops at some of our airports, ponding, greatly reduced visibility, even thunder and lightning accompanying this squall line along the Interstate 95 corridor. Fog alone's already been causing some delays in some areas, and that's going to resume or continue until that storm departs on Wednesday night. Even some locally severe thunderstorms may occur today in the coastal areas of the Northeast, the possibility of a few tornadoes in part of the mid-Atlantic, while much of the heavy rain will fall east of areas that received all those feet of snow in recent weeks around the Great Lakes. Some of those downpours will reach northern New England. All right, rain will also significantly increase the load on roofs that haven't been cleared of snow. That added weight could lead to roof failure on flat or shallow angled gables. Even without snow on the ground, this fire hose effect of rain alone could lead to some significant urban and small stream flooding from Delmarva to New England. Some of the major metro areas, Philadelphia, New York City, Boston, Providence, Rhode Island, on up to Hartford, Connecticut. Now, driving through flooded roads may not only ruin vehicles, but it could be serious enough to be a life-threatening situation. Powerful winds can occur without any thunder and lightning from this storm. Strongest winds will be from the south along the Atlantic coast later this afternoon into Wednesday evening. In this zone, we're talking eastern North Carolina, all the way up to southeastern Maine. Gusts will frequently range 50 to 70 miles per hour, gusts approaching 85. Power outages, undoubtedly. Further west, winds will be light most of the time over the central Appalachians today. However, as the storm center moves toward Canada and bombs out, strong winds from the west and northwest, 30 to 50 miles per hour with some higher gusts. Those same gusts will break through to the Atlantic seaboard later Wednesday night and Thursday. Sporadic power outages could occur as the storm strengthens in the Midwest and Northeast. The greatest risk of regional problems, damage to property, and holiday decorations will be the coastal areas of the Northeast and eastern New England in particular. The impactful nature of this storm in coastal areas will be like a landfilling strong tropical storm or even minor hurricane. Secure those holiday decorations, trash cans, recycling bins, tarps, and trampolines so they do not become airborne projectiles. In the wake of the storm, the Arctic air then rushes in from the Midwest and may catch up to the backside of this storm's moisture. Aside from another round of heavy lake effect snow Wednesday night to Friday, a general burst of snow can quickly cover roads, slippery driving. Some of these squalls will be impacting portions of Indiana, Kentucky, on over into the Tennessee valleys to the Appalachians later today into Thursday. As a matter of fact, let me flip the page here. We've got some advisories stretching from central Illinois through the southern two-thirds of Indiana, much of central and eastern Kentucky on down into eastern Tennessee, where they're talking about some of these snow squalls that could rapidly reduce visibility, cause pileups, and slippery road conditions will be impacting the region here later in the day today. Safe travels out there. And to give you an idea how deep the Arctic air is going to be dipping, hard freeze warnings tonight all the way down into central and southern Texas. Temperatures forecast to drop to, 29 around Rock Springs, Texas, right around the freezing mark, all the way down into San Antone tonight. Brr. Meanwhile, further north, where the Arctic air is rushing in out of Canada, we're talking well below zero actual air temperatures, 24 hours from now, about Wednesday night into Thursday morning. The really cold stuff is going to be rushing into the region. Don't you love wintertime? Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house.
Well, Merry Christmas.
Ho, ho, ho. What's happening?
It's cold as hell.
I hear you. That's an oxymoron.
I'm up here at the Panhandle up here at Hereford right now, and I tell you what, Steve, it was a drastic change. I come out of Dallas yesterday, and they had the roof open for, the big game there with, between the Bengals and the Cowgirls, and it was like 79 degrees, and boy, the closer I got to Lubbock, the colder it got, and I got up on top of that Calf Rock, and that temperature just fell.
Boom.
Got up this morning, spitting snow, and cold. I said, oh, Lord, look at here. What have I got myself into?
Ah, beautiful.
So-
Don't you love wintertime.
Oh, yeah. You know, you never know what it's going to bring. But, Steve, while I was off, I take my phone and headset while I'm sitting in the duck blind or the deer stand there and catch up on what's going on, you know. So I'm pretty much caught up on the show. But there was seemed like the hot topic was this predatory leasing.
Yes.
And I want to throw my 2 cents in there. This ain't the first time that the government's had to get involved in this. And we're going back to, say, like 78, 79, somewhere in 80. The government had to step in and make a rule, and it was on account of you remember an old Midwestern distribution dollar trucks?
I do, yes, sir.
All right, well, that was one of the main culprits in them stepping back in. Then North American Van Lines, they had a little scheme going up there, and a couple more of them. But what they did was they said they made a rule that said you could only sell a truck twice, you know, on a lease purchase program. After you sell it the second time, you had the option to put it back in the fleet and put a company driver on it, or you had to sell it off. And that's when they got involved. The government got involved in it, and that was pretty much a big damper in killing Midwestern distribution.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those guys, I only know of one person that paid a truck off over there. I mean, the stipulation was that, you know, when they sold you that truck for $1 and you become an owner operator, you had to keep it up to their specifications. And just about the time that, you know, you get that truck paid down, they bring you in through Fort Scott over there and say, okay, boys, look like you need some tires, or maybe, you know, you might need a transmission. So they just dug you another grave that you had to dig out of. And they were ruthless for that stuff. I remember them cats real well. Them boys were staying out 7, 8, 9 weeks at a time, never getting to go home, and I mean, they just worked them boys to death. But Monday night, I was unloading there Sunday night over there at Fort Worth, and run into a guy that was with Prime, and he was getting ready to quit because all this face forward camera,
right,
and, you know,
yeah,
facing back at him and all that. And I said, well, look here, I don't want to stick my nose in your business, but I want you to tell me something. How much is your truck payment a week, a month? He said, well, I hate to tell you, but said my truck payment is $1,500 a week.
A week?
A week.
$6,000 a month? Is that correct? $6,000 a month.
Yeah. See, 15 times 4 is what?
$6,000 a month, yeah.
You multiply that by 12, you got 72,000. Is that not correct?
Yeah.
Now they're buying them trucks. They buying those trucks. Probably they buying so many at a time, they getting a hell of a discount on them. And I said, let me ask you something, man. How in the world are you making it? He said, I'm not. He said, you at the end of the week, I'll have $400 to $600 left, you know. I said, I just cannot believe this. I mean, you know, I said, are you sure about this? He said, I'm telling you on the up and up. I mean, you know, Steve, that's highway robbery, man. I don't know how them boys are even, you know, existed.
Well, I guess the answer to the question is, I mean, the truck leasing task force said 90+% fail. So if they're not making it, and the model is designed for them not to be able to succeed. That's it.
Steve, the second truck that I bought in my life, the first one was a piece of junk. I had to do something to make a living. And I got leased on over that refrigerated transport. And one day I was out there working on that truck. The president of the company come by and he says, "Hey, look here, Bo." He said, "You ain't going nowhere the way you going." He said, "You my top money man, and every time I turn around, you under this greasy truck working on it."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Boss, doing what I got to do to survive." He said, "I tell you what, you go up there, you take you a shower, you get cleaned up, you come to my office, we're going to make some arrangements." I had old raggedy trailer, old raggedy truck, and refrigerated transport at that time probably had one of the best lease purchase programs in the trucking industry. I mean, it lasted 3 years. At the end of it, it was your truck. You drove it off. So he goes up there and he calls the junkyard over there. And Atlanta told them what he got going on. They come over there and looked at it and said, "Well, we'll give you $10,000 for the tractor and the trailer." I said, "Hell, it's yours," you know? And so, you know, I mean, my truck payment, believe this or not, my truck payment with insurance was running me $190 a week. Now, you know, we're talking 1981.
Right.
And I mean, it was the easiest truck that I ever paid off. And it helped me establish my credit to where I could go out and buy another piece of equipment that was in better shape than what I had. And I mean, that program, if you failed the way it was set up, if you failed, it was on you. I mean, you had to be a smart businessman. You know, you had no, you know, pretty much what to do, where to go, and everything, where the freight was running. But I would, if I had that kind of truck payment every week, $1,600,
Mm-hmm.
I'd shoot myself.
That or just get out of the business. You'd get out of trucking.
Get out of trucking. And you think of all the people that have turned them trucks back in, got a sour taste in their mouth, that would have probably made good company drivers that's been turned off because of this bad experience. And I mean, I was just blown away the other night when that guy was talking to me and everything, but I hadn't got to read what the task force is imposing or anything on you know, lease purchase or whatever. But yeah, that this ain't the first time they've had to step in, and the government had to step in and lay some ground rules down on it.
I mean, the recommendation is for Congress to get involved and absolutely just outright eliminate that lease purchase model. If the company's going to maintain control over what you can and can't do. Now, Grump called in about that, and I'm kind of explained if anything they do, they'll just find a new model and a way to work around to keep ripping off drivers.
Well, you know, Steve, it's been going on for a long time. I mean, they find these people. Look here, we make a lot of money. We make good money out here, but we go through an ass of money. And it's like my uncle, when I first started driving with him in 1975, he told me, he said, hey, he said, look, he said, you keep your driver's license clean, keep your nose clean, and he said, you'll always have a job. You'll always have a job. He said, remember, that driver's license is the most important tool in the toolbox.
Yes, sir.
And when I started driving with him, he gave me $250 to put this in, fold this up, and put this in your billfold. I said, for what? He said, son, he said, you're in the world right now. You don't never know what could happen. He said, hell, we might get somewhere, a truck gets stolen or break down, and we got to have bus tickets to get home on or whatever, you know. And I mean, you know, I'm coming to the end of my trucking career. And there's this guy been aggravating me about buying my truck. Young guy, and he wants to haul cows with it. And so the other night, me and him was having a conversation. I said, let me ask you something, buddy. How much money have you got put back for a rainy day?
Okay, and then we got to pause there. So hold that thought. We'll get the rest of the story after this.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. South Korea's opposition is planning a new impeachment motion against President Yoon Suk Yeol. It will be the Democratic Party's second attempt at impeachment over Yoon's failed bid to impose martial law earlier this month. Chris Gilbert reports.
The Democratic Party, or DP, is set to introduce the motion on Thursday with a vote on Saturday. The bill is expected to contain allegations that Yoon directly ordered martial law troops to seal off the National Assembly and arrest lawmakers, amounting to an act of insurrection. The opposition holds just over half of South Korea's National Assembly, but impeachment motions need two-thirds support to pass. The DP's first attempt at impeachment, which came only days after Yoon's announcement and then revocation of martial law, failed after Yoon's party boycotted the vote. The DP has since vowed to push for impeachment every week. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
Firefighters continue to battle a fast-moving wildfire in California's city of Malibu, and thousands of people remain under evacuation orders. Some students at a local university were forced to shelter overnight in the school's library. Ira Spitzer has more.
The Franklin Fire erupted overnight in Malibu, fueled by powerful dry winds blowing from the mountains toward the Southern California coast. Residents reported seeing the hillside covered in flames, and the fire crossed the Pacific Coast Highway with wind gusts of close to 100 kilometers an hour. At Pepperdine University, several hundred students sheltered in place in the school's library overnight. Malibu has opened other evacuation sites, with power shut down across parts of the coastal city of 10,000 people. The National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning indicating a particularly dangerous situation for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties through at least Tuesday afternoon. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
The United States has filed war crimes against two high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. It comes after the government of Bashar al-Assad collapsed, with the former president fleeing the country. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The US Justice Department says Jamil Hassan and Abdul Salam Mahmoud, both former Syrian Air Force intelligence officers, are responsible for what they're calling the infliction of cruel and inhuman treatment on detainees. Among those detainees, US citizens. The two men allegedly ordered torture, including whipping, beating, burning and electrocuting prisoners. The indictment was filed last month, but only unsealed with the fall of the Syrian government. Washington has issued arrest warrants. However, prosecutors say the pair remain at large, with their exact location seemingly unknown. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
To a new day, hump day, shall we call it? 11th day of December. Countdown to Christmas is on. All right, we left off there with talking to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. We left off there, you asked him how much you got set aside for a rainy day.
Yeah, I mean, I asked him, I said, you know, how much have you got set aside for a rainy day? He said, $4,000 or $5,000. I said, that ain't enough. I said, a set of tires is $4,000 or $5,000. The engine overhaul is $40,000.
Right.
I said, I'm a little skeptical about doing this deal with you because you're a young man and I don't want to mess you up. I said, the truck's in tip-top shape. I've kept my equipment tip-top shape. Everybody, 3 or 4 other people's been after it. But, Steve, I couldn't sell this thing to that guy and with a clear conscience knowing he set up the sale right off the bat. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And so me and him been talking. I told him, I said, boy, let me tell you something. All right, you got the money in the bank to pay me what I want for this truck. Won't you go down and buy you a brand new truck that's got a warranty on it, and your payment's gonna be a little high. But I said, and do that instead of trying to. I mean, it ain't like it was when I started. You could get a engine overhaul, $3,500. You know, tires were $125 a piece. I said, son, if you ain't got $40,000 operating capital in the bank, I said, you're just compounding your problems. And so I don't know what's going to happen. He's hell-bent on wanting to buy it, and I'm trying to talk him out of it, but if he wants it that bad, you know, I'll let him hold it. But, that you know, I mean, these guys, it's a wonderful life, you know. I mean, you can make a lot of money, and it's not. It's not. There's a lot of heartache, a lot of being gone from home. And, you know, it's like I told that guy, I said, look here, man, let me tell you something. Do you realize, I said, you got 3 kids at home. I said, do you realize that truck eats before anybody eats? Anybody in your family eats a hot dog or a steak, that truck comes first. Well, I ain't thought about it like that. I said, well, that's the way you got to think about it, man. And I said, it's high stakes now. I said, these new trucks running 250, 230, you know, and that's on the low end. But I seen a guy the other night. Listen at this, Steve. This guy was a college professor, and he retired from teaching college. He was up at one of them big universities up north up there. And he goes out and buys a brand new KW and a brand new reefer trailer. His payments are $5,600 a month without insurance. Can you imagine what the insurance bill is on that truck?
Wow.
And he's trying to haul produce, and he said he was about to go under because he asked me. He said, I'd like to talk to that company you leased. I said, Bubba, let me tell you something. I said, I doubt they lease you on with them kind of payments. I really do. I said, why did you jump into this? He said, I wanted to see America.
Oh, boy.
I said, well, I mean, yeah, you see a lot of America at 75 miles an hour on the endless black ribbon, but you don't never get to stop and enjoy it but every once in a while. I just don't understand where these people make these kind of commitments. Because, I mean, right now, it's dog eat dog. And I don't see nothing changing in the foreseeable future. Not anytime soon. So, but anyway, before I get off here, I have forgot my old buddy Scarecrow. And Steve O. Scarecrow, when we was at home fighting them trees and running them chainsaws, he sent us a care package, and boy, it was good too. It come in handy. So Scarecrow, if you're listening tonight, I did get the package. I'm sorry that I didn't get to call you back, but there's just been so damn much going on and up and down and everything. But hey, buddy, you don't know how much we appreciate it. I will tell all my brothers and sisters holding the steering wheels, Merry Christmas. I'll tell everybody out there in the freight handling world, Merry Christmas. And Steve Summers, Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Find a way to stay warm, Monkey Goucher. I hope you got some cold weather apparel on the truck there. I probably wasn't anticipating this kind of cold when he was headed over to Texas. All right, Philly Dan, good morning, crew. Keep on humping. Country Bumpkin checking in. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Drive safe, yes, indeed. Gary Montgomery, morning, Steve, all the overnight crew. Hello to Marianne. Pappy is on board. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, and what day is it? As usual, not official till Horse Feathers calls in and makes it so. 844-844-3388, the number to dial in. Kind of a nippy 34 in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio, along the Ohio River and the Indiana line. Not much else to add other than snuggle up to whomever, whatever, throw another log on the fire and crank up the dial on your listening device. The Overnight Drive airwaves are entering your ear canals. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? All right, Larry. Well, you're hanging on. You're still about 10 degrees warmer than we are. Yeah, they're in Catskill, New York. A wet night. Good afternoon. Hammer down 45 degrees, he says. Who else checking in? Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning, everyone. Ready to enjoy another great night's entertainment. Jerry, good Wednesday. Sounds like it's going to be cold the next few days here in Kokomo. Be safe, everyone. Stay warm. Thank you, Steve, for everything you do. Thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for making it all possible. All right, on down to Josh is on board there. Shorty, I-77 northbound, Charlotte, North Carolina. 63 degrees. We are Columbus bound at this hour. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 62 degrees, a rainy night. It's been raining all day, everything very soggy. Picked up the grandson today, went to an ice cream shop because We missed his books with Grandparents' Day. Going to go to one tomorrow afternoon, let him buy a book, and then I'll head home, get the dogs, take them to the vet for their checkup. Then it's on to Charleston, South Carolina, to begin a 2-day project where we are taking 81 machines out of 3 hospitals. You take them to a warehouse near Atlanta, break them down so the parts can be replaced. This is a big project. Yeah, I'll make some pretty good money, so we'll take the rest of the year off, most likely. I usually do anyway, so I think they should put a missing persons report out on the vice president. Who's running our country? We have unknown drones flying around sensitive areas in New Jersey and elsewhere. The overthrow of the dictatorship in Syria, other important issues, but you got the puppet making a speech saying he's leaving the next administration a booming economy. He is still delusional. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Yes, indeed he is. All right, 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Plowboy. Hey there.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, booming economy. I shake my head on that one, sir. I don't know where in the hell he's sleeping at, but yeah, he needs to wake up. When you see deer and the paper mill shutting down, layoffs all over the world, nah, ain't no booming economy. He must be. He's drinking something stronger than I've ever had, bro. Shouldn't have it. Before I go any further, it's nice, 32 degrees and dry, but we're expecting a light dusting here in the bright lights of Kansas City, Missouri, here in about 30 minutes. Just skip snow coming through here, but right now it's not too bad for 11th day of December. But what I really called about was one of your sponsors. I think he's one of your sponsors. Backing up what Jimmy or Monkey Gadget was just saying. $6,000 a month. I'd like to die when I heard that. There's no way. And with that old boy in that new truck and the new reefer unit, no. No way he'll ever make it. I have been scouring around Kansas City to like Denver, Omaha, and that area on a day off or 2 or 3 here and there. I do get and local runs. I've talked to Lone Mountain. I think they're one of your all's sponsors
right
now.
Mm-hmm.
I just heard her. And that's where somebody wants to go. Go, and when you get it, look through it, pick it apart. They fix it. I had one bought from them years ago. Didn't do too bad until got under some pressure. Yeah, I had to give it back. But as far as the payments on it, $1,800 a month or less. Well, I just flipped through on the website. I've been talking to them about $1,575 a month with $4,500 down. I'm also trying to keep my money in my pocket until I see just how well New Mexico, Texas, and North Dakota goes booming with this oil deal, oil and gas, here after President Trump takes office.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really hedging on everything that can happen in the first 2 quarters of next year. And I'll go from there. I know we were looking at free trucks between him and I. But no. When you say $1,500, $1,500 a week payments, no, there's no way. And you look at the produce market. Produce market has gotten so darn cheap you can't even afford to haul it. I don't give a damn how close or how far out you run. We were trying to find freight for a truck here just the other day. We barely got $3 a mile. But to come to find out, the reason why it was $3 a mile, nobody wanted to touch it because there was 4 drops on the damn thing. And by the time you figure up the drops, the short distance, he's going to eat up 3 days. There's no way. And I'm being very serious. That's one reason why yeah, Jimmy Gouger, you can bump my head. You can give me a cussing next time you call in. That's the reason why I'm up here gladly working here at Ford Motor Company, moving trailers on the yard as a yard jockey. Because I couldn't make them damn payments. I am looking now to come back out part-time. But as far as making what you throw on the table, pay your bills with, no. Unless this oil and gas goes booming, I see us being stagnant for a long, short while. I hope everything comes. I hope I'm wrong. But with China and all these, like I said, it ain't going to happen the 22nd day of January. It's going to be more close to July before we see any growth. And I don't know.
It doesn't happen overnight, absolutely.
But, exactly. But, just kind of scary when you see we're not doing anything. We ain't doing anything to attack them drones. But I wish the hell we'd knock them out of the damn sky and just see what we pick up when we pick up the pieces, sir. But Steve, I do know you're not, and I'm not, and I ain't trying to sound like a Sundance. And I hate it when he calls in because he makes me madder than a fire. But Steve, I had seen something shot to me earlier. I forget where it was out of. Have you seen anything where the world or the Earth as itself has shifted like 31 inches off its axis? Look that one up. I've looked it up on 2 or 3 different places. And that might explain the climate change that they're wanting to charge us more for. But from what I gathered, a lot of it was coming from the water that we're pumping. And you say anything about an aquifer around these young kids up here, Kansas City, Missouri, they don't know any what we're talking about. We got an aquifer out in the middle of Kansas that, probably within the next 50 years, we're not even going to be able to pump water. They're shutting our water off to our pivots over our crop fields drastically. And you see California's doing it. They're really curtailing the pumping of this water. But nah. By the way, I talked to one of your old hard right-wingers here a little bit ago. Talked to him for about 30 minutes. That damn red mule and I talked.
Oh, yeah?
He's all up in the air. Yep, he's raising hell. I jumped his tail. I said, you cost me $1 billion damn dollars. He said, how's that, plowboy? I said, you did. I said, when you got on Steve's show and made a comment, there was no money to be made in Bitcoin. I said, that damn thing hit 100,000. I could have been sitting on Easy Street and stood out here busting my ass. He just died laughing at me. I said, last damn time I listened to you and Warren Buffett. But I don't know, Steve. It's a long time coming. I'll get off.
Well, next time you chat with him, tell him old Steve Summers said hello. And I mean, he's he's at least in the Mountain Time zone. I don't know if he's on West or Mountain. I mean, he could check in and be only like 10 o'clock at night for him when we kick things off. Is he one of those? He hits the hay when the sun goes down. He's snoring like a log. Yeah, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4-TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
Yep. Yeah, Plowboy mentioned the drones. It just gets more mysterious with each passing day. Blade Runner sent me a headline here just a bit ago, where, what is the headline? New Jersey leader calls for limited state of emergency as the drone mystery deepens. I had several stories, updates over the past day. Members of Congress talking about the unknown drones flying around the New York, New Jersey skies for the last several weeks. Fox senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram wrote on X about a conversation he had with House Speaker Mike Johnson before a hearing that was focused on the drones. He said, it seems as though members from both sides are not getting answers about these drones or whatever they're seeing in New Jersey and Staten Island. There's a hearing focused on this today. What is the level of concern? Do you think the government's being straight? And members can't even get answers on this. To which Johnson replied, well, we're working on that. We need straight answers. We're concerned about drones and all these new technologies, what it might mean for national security and the safety of the American people. I'm looking forward to the outcome of that hearing. If we don't get the necessary answers there, we'll dig deeper and go to the classified level. Pegram asks, he says, any thoughts that these might be what they call dark programs? To which Johnson said, I hope not. I don't believe so, but there's a lot of investigation going on, so we will find out. Other members of Congress have also spoke out. Last December, a fleet of drones swarmed Langley Air Force Base next to my district, and now more drones are swarming the sites along the East Coast. This is a serious threat to public safety and national security. Now, we've got to invest in our counter-drone programs if we want to deter adversaries from gathering information on Americans. That was Representative Rod Whitman of Virginia, Vice Chair of the Armed Services Committee yesterday. Cory Booker of New Jersey says, my office has been in communication with Governor Murphy's office and our federal partners. While the drones currently pose no known threat, my team and I continue to monitor the situation closely. I move over to New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. He dropped some interesting insights yesterday, stating that these drones are, quote, very sophisticated, saying the minute you get your eyes on them, they go dark. In a press conference, Murphy acknowledged public frustration, but emphasized we found no evidence of a threat to public safety. The most important point to say is we don't see any concern for public safety. Now adding that state, local, federal, the FBI, Homeland Security, everybody's working on this. What? 49 reported sightings on Sunday alone, predominantly in Hunterdon County. Although he noted some reports might overlap, these are apparently very, as I understand it, very sophisticated. Again, the minute you get eyes on them, they go dark. We're obviously most concerned about sensitive targets and sensitive critical infrastructure. We've got military assets, we've got utility assets, we've got the president-elect, one of his homes here. This is something we are taking deadly seriously. He continues to urge residents report sightings to local law enforcement or the FBI, promising transparency. If we have news, I'll let you know the minute we know something. Just bizarre how nobody seems to know anything.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The suspect in the assassination of the chief executive of United Healthcare will fight extradition to New York to face murder charges. Luigi Mangione has been denied bail and will remain in custody in Pennsylvania, where he was arrested. The Israeli military has confirmed it destroyed Syrian naval facilities overnight and that it's conducted more than 350 airstrikes in the past 48 hours on military assets belonging to the Assad regime. This despite warnings that it could ignite new conflict and jeopardize the transition of power to an interim government in the country. Israel has characterized its operations as defensive, saying it was striking suspected chemical weapons stockpiles to prevent them from falling into the hands of extremists. Rebels have named Syria's new interim prime minister as Mohammed al-Bashir, who previously governed a small pocket of rebel-held territory. Meanwhile, the United States has filed war crimes charges against two high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. It comes after the government of Bashar al-Assad collapsed, with the former president fleeing the country. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The US Justice Department says Jamil Hassan and Abdul Salam Mahmoud, both former Syrian Air Force intelligence officers, are responsible for what they're calling the infliction of cruel and inhuman treatment on detainees. Among those detainees, US citizens. The two men allegedly ordered torture, including whipping, beating, burning and electrocuting prisoners. The indictment was filed last month, but only unsealed with the fall of the Syrian government. Washington has issued arrest warrants. However, prosecutors say the pair remain at large, with their exact location seemingly unknown.
Firefighters continue to battle a fast-moving wildfire in the California city of Malibu, and thousands of people remain under evacuation orders. Some students at a local university were forced to shelter overnight in the school's library. Ira Spitzer reports from California.
The Franklin fire erupted overnight in Malibu, fueled by powerful dry winds blowing from the mountains toward the Southern California coast. Residents reported seeing the hillside covered in flames and the fire cross the Pacific Coast Highway with wind gusts of close to 100 kilometers an hour. At Pepperdine University, several hundred students sheltered in place in the school's library overnight. Malibu has opened other evacuation sites with power shut down across parts of the coastal city of 10,000 people. The National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning indicating a particularly dangerous situation for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties through at least Tuesday afternoon.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the joy in Syria over Bashar al-Assad's ouster from power and his flight to asylum in Russia gives way to horror as efforts continue to find those people whose lives he upended during his 24 years in power. It is hard, given some of the images the world has witnessed from Syria since the weekend, to remember that when Assad first ascended to the Syrian leadership, he was considered a reformer, a man who could modernize his country after the brutality of his own father, Hafez al-Assad, who ruled Syria for nearly 3 decades. But Emma Beals, a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute and senior advisor at the European Institute of Peace, says now the last couple of days have put paid to any illusions about the nature of Bashar's own regime.
The flip side of yesterday's joy is just utter sadness and tragedy as the full scale of what a butcher Assad was comes to light. And some of us knew that. We've been following in a lot of detail for many years, researching, these gulags and what was happening in them. But, watching them desperately try to get people out of Sednaya and the underground basements there, the secret prisons, just the scale of horror has just been astonishing.
Tomorrow, what to expect from Syria's rebel leader, now with his fingers on the levers of power in Damascus. He says he wants to unify the country and has put his jihadist past behind him. But can he be trusted? With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The suspect in the assassination of the chief executive of United Healthcare will fight extradition to New York to face murder charges. The Israeli military's confirmed it destroyed Syrian naval facilities overnight. And the US has filed war crimes charges against 2 high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back at it here. Kick off hour number 2 as we roll into a Wednesday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, got the latest on the ferocious wildfire raging in the Malibu area. Some multi-million-dollar homes being threatened there. And the latest on the Arctic air that really comes pouring into the country as we roll into midweek here. First, we get back to the calls. Pathfinder joins us this morning. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on with you?
Trying to play radio here. You know the drill.
I got you. Well, I was going to say Malibu, that fire, those are Richie people, and they're putting them in a high school, and I bet they're not liking that.
You think?
Yeah, I hope some of them YRC executives have some houses up there. They stole enough money from us.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, it's just horrible. Bad. And Monkey Gouger, I should have told that guy, you see the other side of America. You can't stop. You got to count your freight, and you just can't stop anywhere. So, wow. But anyway, I had a project today. I did. I got a light switch that went out. When you walk from the living room, I got a big chandelier there in the kitchen. And then you walk out in the dining room, I've got another light switch for the chandelier. So I thought, okay, I'll just go down to Home Depot, pick up a light switch, throw it on there. Yeah. And thought it would be pretty easy. Took cover off and a bunch of wires on there. And I thought, well, I'll just take this new switch and connect the wires where the old wires was on the old switch. And I got all done with it, and son of a gun, it didn't work. So my wife at the time went down to get my supplies at the store. I wanted to surprise her. And I thought, well, I did turn the circuit breakers off so I wouldn't get shocked. I knew to do that.
Yeah.
And then, I thought, well, I'll just leave the lights on and unscrew the bulbs, and I'll say I fixed it. I don't know. Yeah, it didn't work. Yeah. She says, call somebody that knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did.
Right.
That electricity scares the hell out of me. I don't know the first thing about it. So I'd been better off pay somebody come out and do it, I guess. But that's what's happening.
That's the project of the day. Yeah, I don't much like working with electric myself, but I've replaced a few receptacles and switches. The one thing that gets confusing are the three-way switches. I screw those up.
Well, this is a two-way switch, and you come from the living room and turn on the chandelier, and then go out to the dining room, and it's supposed to turn off the chandelier or turn it back on. So I don't know what I did. I messed up, but anyway, that's what's happening. Boy, this weather really bites. Man, 50. Go on a t-shirt, 50 degrees one day, and it felt good and everything. And then,
now
like
we're having
you say,
the layering up. Got the long johns out.
Oh my, yeah. You never know how to dress. And that. I got a little hobby. When I'm not listening to you, I listen to a police scanner. It's free. A lot of people probably don't know it, but you can download it. And I listen to Indianapolis, and I'm listening to this police scanner, and man, it's just horrible. The carjackings and stuff, and yeah. What do you do, when a teenager comes up to you and puts a gun in your face and say, hey, I want your phone, your wallet, and your car keys. Geez, it's horrible. And on the news tonight, I've seen Walmart, Kroger's, and there was kids, I guess. They're going in there. They stole a 90-year-old man's wallet, and he tried to chase them out. And some lady's, pregnant lady's purse, they took it, and it's just, man. Where's there a safe place? Cincinnati more safe than Indianapolis?
Hey, I don't know. Crime. It's plaguing the country. Yeah, but in most cases, that's because of the soft on crime district attorneys and whatnot that don't offer up any harsh punishment. Well, it's just a minor crime, right? Hey, Pathfinder, great to hear from you. Thanks for checking in this morning. Off to, Malibu, the ferocious wildfire. We were talking at the beginning of the show there on Tuesday morning. Santa Ana wind event, dry conditions, red flag warnings. Yeah, not sure at this point how this particular blaze got started, but fanned by the strong winds raging through Malibu this past day, destroying homes, triggering power outages, thousands forced to evacuate along the coast in the dark. While firefighters struggled to contain the blaze, the eastern half of Malibu remained under an evacuation order this past day. The rest of the city and portions of unincorporated Los Angeles County were under an evacuation warning, affecting roughly 20,000 people. They're calling it the Franklin Fire. Reported a few minutes before 11 p.m. Monday night into Tuesday morning along Malibu Canyon Road in the hills north of Pepperdine University. Fanned by the strong Santa Ana winds, the blaze moved at a fierce pace, exploding to roughly 2,850 acres as of Tuesday afternoon with no containment. According to the Department of Forestry, Los Angeles County Fire Chief said during a news conference this past evening, at least 7 structures destroyed, 8 damaged, based on a preliminary survey. Inspection teams have been assigned, and a more accurate account of destruction is expected later in the day today. But more than 1,500 firefighters battling this fire on the ground, building containment lines as air tankers dropped water. The aircraft were able to fly through the night into the early morning hours Tuesday, even in the heavy winds. But the entire fire area remains under threat, according to the update Tuesday evening. As long as the red flag conditions persist, strong winds, low humidity continue to challenge firefighters on the line and in the air. Now, he urged residents to limit the use of lawn sprinklers so they could maintain water pressure for the firefighters. But the blaze jumping the Pacific Coast Highway in the early morning hours, continuing to march toward the city's historic pier, which official says was not damaged. By Tuesday evening, average wind speeds around the fire zone had slowed to 15 to 25 miles per hour. That's a big drop from the peak gust of 65 that we had seen overnight into Tuesday morning. But still, low humidity winds just aren't the same as they were, so the rapid spread is dropped off compared to last night. Overnight wind speeds are expected to continue dropping to 10 to 15 miles per hour, with the potential for peak gusts still approaching 40 miles per hour. The fire danger is decreasing, but the entire region remains under the red flag alert till 6 o'clock Tuesday evening, they tell us. Helicopters will continue dropping flame retardants through the night To keep the fire in check, hand crews will hike into steep mountainous terrain to try and establish containment lines on the ground. Now, we want to wake up tomorrow morning and make sure we at least start getting some containment here. We're going to take advantage of the nighttime, the increased humidities and lower temperatures to try and get this thing knocked down. Past the security gates of Serra Retreat, a small enclave, luxury properties, homes to celebrities like Patrick Dempsey, Dick Van Dyke, at one time Mel Gibson. Overnight, they say the fire caught many in the area by surprise. Pets were killed, several cars and homes burned. Van Dyke wrote on Facebook that he and his wife had been evacuated from their home. Arlene and I have safely evacuated with our animals, except for Bobo escaped as we were leaving, referring to his cat. We're praying he'll be okay and that our retreat will survive. A 31-year-old riding through the neighborhood on his electric bike, checking on homes this past afternoon. He and a friend stayed behind overnight to protect properties in the area. The fire, he said, broke out fast. About 11 p.m., he was in his room, heard people screaming outside, cars honking. The sky was red. The whole canyon was lit up. On the other side, we were surrounded by flames. Literally everywhere you looked, there was fire. That's got to be scary. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All right, plenty to cover as far as updates are concerned. The latest out of the Middle East, the latest on the now in custody murder suspect in the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO, Luigi Mangione. Word this past day comes down that apparently he suffered debilitating pain, had back surgery last year. And according to the New York Times, the back surgery, and People magazine also reported that one of his acquaintances, R.J. Martin, met Mangione in 2022 and observed his pain was so intense that he had to switch out his mattress to try and get relief. Martin owned a co-living space where Mangione stayed January to June of 2022. They're in Hawaii. suffering chronic back pain from an apparent pinched nerve. The Associated Press reported Martin spokesman saying Mangione went surfing with RJ once, but it didn't work out because of his back. Martin says Mangione never once talked about guns, never once talked about violence. He was absolutely a not violent person, as far as I could tell. Now, as we knew this past day, Breitbart News noting police found the handwritten note in his possession, allegedly saying these parasites had it coming. Let's see. A source with law enforcement tells the Associated Press the handwritten note in his possession also said, quote, "To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly I was not working with anyone." All right, all the other details pretty much the same. Then you got the former, is it the current or former New York police commissioner? I think he's former. Bernie Kerik said this past day that police have to be careful with how they handle this guy, Mangione. He's got dual degrees from an Ivy League school, valedictorian of his high school. These are smart people, he says. You got to watch where you're going to put them, who you're going to put them with. You got to make sure that they don't hurt themselves or others. He's cold-blooded. If this is the actual suspect, you got to take that into consideration. You can't murder somebody on the streets of New York and get away with it. If he's the actual murderer, I'm glad they got him off the streets. I don't think there's really any question, is there? I said he expects police to continue their investigation, determining the motive. As we just mentioned, he had back surgery after he dealt with chronic pain, back pain from a pinched nerve. They'll be looking at his bills. They'll be looking at the surgeries he had, how he was charged, the interaction he had with the various medical agencies and the doctors. But they will get to the bottom of it. And if he's convicted, he'll go to prison for the rest of his natural life. Right. At the same time, they do say other executives in the healthcare biz are boosting their security. The sheer fact that so many people around the country had been praising this guy for killing this CEO as a hero. Praise for the killer, whose parent company, United Healthcare, is the industry's largest by revenue, coupled with widespread complaints about medical insurance coverage, has some in the industry worried about their safety. Leaders of smaller insurance companies, whose safety wasn't a concern before this murder last week. But now they're talking executives at many insurers refusing to allow their names to be used by the Journal, saying they don't want to draw more attention in a volatile time. Most people who work in health plans believe they are supporting action for patients. But it's clearer than ever the American public doesn't necessarily see it that way. According to the CEO of Scan Group, a nonprofit insurer, of course, he said there is a broader reckoning. Vicki Gregg, the former CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, said she got repeated death threats when she was on the job years ago. And the company had to seek restraining orders on some people. Some insurance leaders can't see that their companies are in that level of disgruntlement with their members. I mean, shooting someone on the street is a way to approach any of those kinds of problems. A 2023 survey of insured customers by KFF found 81% rated their insurance positively. 58% had experienced a problem in the past year. Less healthy people had more complaints. Yeah, I'm shocked that people aren't saying the obvious, like I'm mad and this doesn't work. But this was a 50-year-old guy with a wife and kids, and this was not acceptable, according to a former health insurance executive who had worked with insurers like Cigna. Copycats would be a concern, I suppose. All right, we'll get to who we got coming up. Yeah, there's Brain Dead on board. Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it? Let's make it official.
Hey, there you go. So, yeah. Hey, Mike. What day you got today there, Your Honor?
I say, it ain't Taco Tuesday. It's Hump Day.
Yeah. Seems like they just keep coming around, flipping around. So anyways, we're at a balmy 61 degrees over here on the eastern shore of Maryland.
I'll trade you.
So I guess it's supposed to just keep getting warmer here for the day, and but we got more rain on the way. We're gonna have what'd that one song say? Something about a rainy night. So I don't know if I love a rainy night, but I guess we're gonna have one whether you like it or not. But anyways, So that Mangione guy, I guess he's originally from the Maryland area here somewhere.
Yes.
And if you delve back there, his grandfather was an immigrant who set up a major real estate corporation and made all his money in real estate. And
I think they said
so that's how he.
Did I hear correct? Like the parents own a couple of country clubs over there or something?
Oh yeah. Yep. And that's how he was able to go to an Ivy League school. And you forgot the one major thing that his back problem said there. You know, they talked about him a little bit on news and Inside Edition. They said that his back issue kept him from being able to have sexual relations, Your Honor. Isn't that the most important thing?
I did see that, and that can be, especially for a 20-something-year-old, right? Yeah, that could be a very frustrating thing. I did see that in one of the reports, but hey, pause. Hold that thought. We're up to the news break, bottom of the hour, 29 past the hour. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. South Korea's opposition is planning a new impeachment motion against President Yoon Suk Yeol. It will be the Democratic Party's second attempt at impeachment over Yoon's failed bid to impose martial law earlier this month. Chris Gilbert reports.
The Democratic Party, or DP, is set to introduce the motion on Thursday with a vote on Saturday. The bill is expected to contain allegations that Yoon directly ordered martial law troops to seal off the National Assembly and arrest lawmakers, amounting to an act of insurrection. The opposition holds just over half of South Korea's National Assembly, but impeachment motions need two-thirds support to pass. The DP's first attempt at impeachment, which came only days after Yoon's announcement and then revocation of martial law, failed after Yoon's party boycotted the vote. The DP has since vowed to push for impeachment every week. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
Firefighters continue to battle a fast-moving wildfire in California's city of Malibu, and thousands of people remain under evacuation orders. Some students at a local university were forced to shelter overnight in the school's library. Ira Spitzer has more.
The Franklin Fire erupted overnight in Malibu, fueled by powerful dry winds blowing from the mountains toward the Southern California coast. Residents reported seeing the hillside covered in flames, and the fire crossed the Pacific Coast Highway with wind gusts of close to 100 kilometers an hour. At Pepperdine University, several hundred students sheltered in place in the school's library overnight. Malibu has opened other evacuation sites, with power shut down across parts of the coastal city of 10,000 people. The National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning indicating a particularly dangerous situation for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties through at least Tuesday afternoon. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
The United States has filed war crimes against two high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. It comes after the government of Bashar al-Assad collapsed, with the former president fleeing the country. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The US Justice Department says Jamil Hassan and Abdul Salam Mahmoud, both former Syrian Air Force intelligence officers, are responsible for what they're calling the infliction of cruel and inhuman treatment on detainees. Among those detainees, US citizens. The two men allegedly ordered torture, including whipping, beating, burning and electrocuting prisoners. The indictment was filed last month, but only unsealed with the fall of the Syrian government. Washington has issued arrest warrants However, prosecutors say the pair remain at large, with their exact location seemingly unknown. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
No doubt the next Arctic air mass is dropping in. And according to AccuWeather, this is true Arctic air. Downright painful if you're going to be spending time outdoors. Actual temperatures dropping well below zero over the portions of the northern plains and the upper Midwest. By late Wednesday night into Thursday morning, 24 hours from now. What a rude awakening. Thursday highs only single digits. Minneapolis, teens in Chicago. Winds making it feel below zero. This is pretty much as cold as it gets for this part of December. Thursday highs only in the 20s from Omaha, Nebraska to Indianapolis, Detroit, all the way over to Pittsburgh. Wind chills mainly in the single digits and teens. From the Appalachians to the Northeast, the coldest stretch, factoring in the actual temperature and the wind, will be Thursday and Thursday night. Now, some of that cold air may catch up to the backside of that big bombing storm in the east, where rain may end as a period of accumulating snow as far south as the southern Appalachians and the eastern Ohio Valley. And then, of course, get ready for the lake effect snow machine to really kick in once again. Up to a few feet of snow will fall. Some towns where some of these large bands of lake effect snow will persist for a number of hours. At times, snow will come down 2 to 4 inches per hour in the heaviest bands. Between Wednesday and Friday, some areas may see 40 inches of snow. Now, for the day ahead, I mentioned in the first hour some snow squalls. Snow squalls can hit areas as far south as Kentucky and Tennessee. And those are the deals where you could be driving along on dry, clear conditions, maybe even the sun out 1 minute. Suddenly you're in heavy snow, poor visibility, and snow-covered roads the next. So be prepared. Looks like it's going to be a relatively brief Arctic outbreak. We'll start to warm up again as we head into next week. Welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over there, Your Honor. So, yeah, we got to see the weather forecast there last night for our local news, and it looked like we were supposed to have maybe Thursday morning, I think it's Thursday morning, possibly Friday morning, where lows down in the 20s, but other than that, all the low temperatures were only down into the 30s, and during the weekend maybe and into next week, the low temperatures are pushing high 30s and 40s. So that's, as you say, it's going to be pretty short-lived. I guess this rain here is kind of coming from the south, from the Carolinas, pretty much straight up the coast here. So they're saying it's going to be around for the whole evening and through morning rush hour. But that cold blast you're talking about is supposed to be hitting here sometime middle of the day there to start pushing it all out. So the afternoon is supposed to be cleared up, and afternoon rush hour is supposed to be dry. So that's about where we're supposed to be at. But it will be chilly there after that, back down into the 40s, 30s, and as I say, we got overnight temperature down into the high 20s. So not terrible there, all survivable. But anyways, yeah. So that guy there, he I mean, you know, maybe he should talk to maybe truck drivers or coal mine workers or steel workers or oil field workers and see how their backs feel. You know, I know that they were talking that he actually had to go all the way to have surgery, and Inside Edition there actually showed an X-ray there where he supposedly had screws and plates put in his back.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. But if you're able to go to an Ivy League school and you know your family's that way, and I mean, it seemed like you had pretty much sufficient funds to, you know, besides relying on either to buy good health care or be able to afford it themselves, you know. So I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot more people out there that aren't as well off that suffer a lot more, and I don't know. I guess everybody's own situation dictates how they're going to react to it. But I think I don't know. I got my own personal situation here with somebody that claims they have back pain, and so maybe I shouldn't be judging this one because I'm already sided against some of this stuff. But anyways, hey, the other night there, did I hear Big Ed say he was the podiatrist or proctologist of the overnight show?
I think he said proctologist or prognosticator, something like that. Yes.
Yeah. So, anyways, there I was trying to figure that out there. So, anyway, I don't know. Other than that, we ain't got a whole lot going on. Didn't really catch out a whole lot of other stuff happening or nothing. So things seem to be pretty quiet. Fog on the eastern shore is at least going away, and the way they were talking back over in the main line of Maryland, and that they said the fog maybe will be clearing out there after midnight. So I'm not sure if it started to or not. I've been over here to the east now for a while. So, but we still had some fog and rain there earlier. So hopefully it'll clear out. All I know is last night there, that fog there, boy, I tell you what, that just wore me right out there driving in all that fog. So we're glad that was over and got a good time for a nap and back at it now. So, but other than that, Your Honor, I guess, hey, did the princess get you that egg timer you were supposed to get?
Egg timer. I don't think so, no.
Well, I thought you were supposed to have an egg timer now to time everybody's calls so that you can make sure that, you know, nobody goes too long and you can get all the callers on the air and not be leaving people on hold. Isn't that what was... Aren't you? I don't know, Your Honor. Anyways, we'll let you go with that.
With that, I guess that's a good time to move on and look for a more intelligent caller. I don't know. Is there one out there? Is there such a thing? Good morning.
Good morning, senor. Hey, finally, I'm the one that's more intelligent. Yay. Oh, Lordy. Well, let's see here. I was talking to Wright earlier today, and he said what he forgot to mention, what he forgot, but that he was going to mention, is with Trump's deal to get rid of the illegal aliens, the criminal illegal aliens. Would this also apply to the unvetted, quote, refugees, unquote, that we have in this country thanks to the Biden-Harris bunch? Or since they were granted refugee status, does that mean that they are exempt from the deportations?
Well, that's a good question.
Any idea on that?
I would say the unvetted need to be vetted.
Well, I think they need to be thrown out and then vetted outside of this country. And then if they decide, yeah, you're good, then bring them back in. But that's just me. That's just me. Because I know we got some people here, and I guess those midnight flights from wherever to here are still happening. They had, there was a news broadcaster that was asking the hopefully incoming Homeland Security guy about, they said the total cost of this was going to be $88 billion to deport these people. And she was asking how he could justify that. And he's like, well, hell, we're bringing them in by the plane loads and bus loads. And now we have to take care of them with housing, food,
how many
medical.
How many billions are we spending? Yes, to house them, feed them, medical care, education. I mean, the young ones are going to the schools.
Mm-hmm. Having to have translators because they don't know English,
right?
Or they don't speak it too good. Yeah. So there you go. It's like, yeah, well, you're going to have to weigh one against the other. Yeah, it's going to cost us that much to get those people out. But what they're costing us now, good night. I think we could do that 2 or 3 times over, minimum. So, anyways. Yeah, and then, of course, Cincinnati beating Dallas. I saw a replay of the blocked punt that Dallas had. And then it's like, well, why in the hell can't the boys grab onto that football and run with it? Hell, they touched the ball like it was poison, like a hot potato.
Yep.
And your boys went ahead and jumped on it. It's like, well, no damn wonder that one cowboy was like, I did all this and you did what? Screw it. It is a very, very disappointing season, to say the least. I think Jerry got took. And for someone who's supposed to be good with money and making good business decisions, I don't think he did very good decision-making this time around. And, I mean, can you blame the coach? He's going to have to be the blame for some, but it's going to be ultimately the players out there, their actions or inactions. So, I just go ahead and blow them off for this year and just root for the Texans. Oh, you were talking about Biden not being around and Harris not being around. I heard a percentage of Biden's presidency has been 40% on vacations.
Delaware.
40%. Yeah. I mean, 40%. Who else gets paid that high salary to make decisions and try to run this country and then takes that much time off? I mean, maybe we ought to be thankful he didn't screw up more than what he did with the decisions he's made while he was in that other 60%. So, yeah, it is a good question of who is running this country. And Harris, well, she's a no-show. I mean, does anybody know where she's at? Because it is beyond me. Like, just once they lost, they said to hell with it, and they just threw their hands in the air and says, all right, let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah.
Now, I do understand that Harris does have a job waiting for her as a spokesperson for, what the hell was it? Laughing Cow Cheese? Did you hear about that?
I did not, no.
Well, I don't get it either. That's what Brain Dead told me. So anyways, I mean, you would think she'd be in control of Laughing Hyena Records. You know, that was where Jeff Foxworthy and a lot of the comedians started with their first albums, was with Laughing Hyena. You figured she would at least be something involved with that.
Yeah.
She does laugh like a hyena. Yep. So, but anyways, other than that, yeah, I don't know if Wright was clear last night on the 13th and 14th Amendments. Well, I did some reading on there, and the 13th Amendment basically said that the colored folks were not people; they were property. And so when who the hell was it? Frederick Douglass or somebody? Whenever they went and challenged it in the courts were like, you don't count, so we don't have to listen to you. Well, the 14th Amendment was the one that said, no, you count, but only 3/5, but you are American citizens because you were brought here by force, and all the descendants from the ancestors coming up were, considered citizens. And what Wright was talking about last night was, there's 4 ways to be a citizen of the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And none of them, you have to be a citizen giving birth, either here in the States or overseas. And that way your child is considered a citizen, either married or unmarried, or married to a non-citizen, but the mother has to be a citizen. I think the key word, like he was saying, is citizen. You just can't come across the river or come across the ocean, have a baby here and say, okay, he's a citizen, she's a citizen, so now the mother's a citizen. It don't work that way. But the Democrats have really abused that. Well, they've allowed the abuse of that particular amendment, the 14th, and now we're stuck with the situation we got right now.
Yeah, the whole birthright. I mean, there is talk about ending the birthright citizenship. Yeah, there's talks of eliminating that. Maybe in the next administration, we'll see if that actually comes to fruition. Let's see. Brain Dead is on board. Eagle been hanging in there. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, I got a lot of things to talk about tonight, Steve. Well, I may have to go through the next. But yeah, let me get started right quick because I got a lot to say. First of all, before I get to this shooter in New York, I want to talk about something that happened in Cincinnati, and it's the trend that I had noticed a couple of weeks ago, and it looked like it finally hit one of the players from Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could check up on it during your breakup. Joe Burrow, quarterback for Cincinnati Bengals, his home got burglarized last night while he was in Dallas playing the Cowboys. They said somebody busted into his house and stole some things out of his home. And this is a trend that's going on. They believe that it might be an international gang. They believe it might be some immigrants that's doing it. They also targeted a couple of weeks ago Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs had their homes burglarized. And they know that these players are away from home, Steve, when they're on a away game, when they go to somebody else's stadium. So they know that their home is not going to be occupied, and they know that these guys are making $20, $30 million a year. So no telling what kind of jewelry and other things they have in their home. So they waiting for these guys to leave their home to go to these away games, and they're targeting NFL players. From what I'm understanding, I read about this story about 2 or 3 weeks ago, but now it looked like Joe Burrow got hit. But like I say, a lot of these players do it to themselves. Joe Burrow and some of these others wearing his flashy jewelry, or the other guy, the receiver for Cincinnati. These guys wearing these gold chains and rings and stuff. All you doing is putting a big target on yourself. These people know that you had this expensive jewelry, and they're gonna wait for you to leave. So all I can say, Joe Burrow, you better hire him some security, or you'll get him a damn watchdog or something to protect his home. If you're making $50 million a year, you would think that Joe Burrow could be able to afford a security system. So but hopefully he'll spend his money. Hopefully he'll spend his money on.
Before you go off on saying he needs to hire security, there was security there. There was a security guard, and they're kind of waiting for the rest of the story. How did the security guard miss what happened there? When he goes out of town, he's got somebody he pays to watch the place.
Oh, okay. I didn't read that part of the story. I didn't know he had a security man, but I heard that he had got burglarized, but I didn't know he had security. Yeah, but like I said, it's something that's going on, Steve. Like I say, he's not the first player that's been targeted by these thieves. Like I say, they wait. They know the schedule of these NFL players, and they wait for them to go out of town, and then that's when they attack their home. So they know these guys are making a lot of money. Okay, second story I want to talk about is this situation in Syria, Steve. Vladimir Putin, Steve. Well, I didn't have that much respect for the guy to begin with, but now I lost all respect for Vladimir Putin. To allow a man like Assad to go into his country and seek asylum, he ought to be ashamed of himself, Steve. Have you seen some of the things that this man was doing to his own people? He had a dungeon up under his home, up under the ground, with people in jail cells. He treated these people worse than you would treat an animal. Have you seen some of these videos?
Yes, sir. Yes. Disgusting.
It's totally disgusting that this man would treat his own people like that. He would treat his own people like garbage. This is worse. This is worse than Saddam Hussein. I don't even think Saddam Hussein treated his people this bad. This guy ought to be ashamed of his society. There's a special place in hell for that guy, Steve. There's a special place in hell for Assad when he passes away. I guarantee you that. He's going to pay the ultimate price for the way he treated those people, because it's just totally unnecessary, the way he treated those people over there in Syria. And I'm glad. We don't know what this new militant guy is going to be like. Hopefully he won't be like Assad, but I'm glad that he put him out of power and ran him out of the country, because he's a coward and a loser, and hopefully he gets what he deserves. And Vladimir, like I said, Vladimir Putin ought to be ashamed of himself for allowing a man like that to seek refuge in his country. That speaks a lot about Vladimir Putin and what he stands for, to let a man like that into his country. It's totally disgusting what I've seen on some of them videos. Now, to get to this shooter, get to this alleged shooter that we've been talking about for the last couple of days, Steve. Now, let's talk about this guy. Now, this guy here, they said that he comes from a wealthy family, and that in Maryland, and so they say. Okay, and they even said that one of his relatives or somebody's involved in politics. I don't know what the guy's name is. Okay, they said that he went to Hawaii and he was a surfer. He was surfing on the waves out there in Hawaii, and he had some kind of bad accident where he injured his back. They got a video, well, not a photograph of his X-ray with screws. Have you seen this X-ray with screws in his back?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen this video, Steve? Okay, they said that this guy was in so much pain. He was in the ultimate pain from this accident that he had, and that this is when he changed his whole outlook on life. Like I say, I don't know if he was denied coverage from one of these major insurance companies, and they refused to pay his, because I'm pretty sure his hospital bill was expensive. You're doing back surgery, no telling how much that bill was. So apparently he felt like he had been cheated on the deal, and that he didn't get the service that he was supposed to get, so they say. So he decided to take the law into his own hands, which was the wrong move to make. But he made several bad mistakes, Steve, that got him caught, and it's really sad that he was such a smart individual, but he didn't have no common sense like we discussed last night. Well, we close to the top of the hour now, I think. Yeah. Because I got a couple other things I wanted to say about this situation. But yeah, like I say, he didn't use his common sense, Steve. He made too many mistakes. Like I said, why he's still walking around with the gun that he used to shoot this man? He had plenty of time to ditch that gun from. They said they found him in Pennsylvania, 300 miles away. You know, he could have ditched that gun anywhere in the 300 miles.
Well, he was so smart. He was so smart that he didn't think anybody would notice him. He didn't think anybody would be able to identify him. He didn't expect to get caught, I don't believe. But then again, he actually had the written note, the manifesto. I mean, we don't know the answers at this point.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The suspect in the assassination of the chief executive of United Healthcare will fight extradition to New York to face murder charges. Luigi Mangione has been denied bail and will remain in custody in Pennsylvania, where he was arrested. The Israeli military has confirmed it destroyed Syrian naval facilities overnight and that it's conducted more than 350 airstrikes in the past 48 hours on military assets belonging to the Assad regime. This despite warnings that it could ignite new conflict and jeopardize the transition of power to an interim government in the country. Israel has characterized its operations as defensive, saying it was striking suspected chemical weapons stockpiles to prevent them from falling into the hands of extremists. Rebels have named Syria's new interim prime minister as Mohammed al-Bashir, who previously governed a small pocket of rebel-held territory. Meanwhile, the United States has filed war crimes charges against two high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. It comes after the government of Bashar al-Assad collapsed, with the former president fleeing the country. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The US Justice Department says Jamil Hassan and Abdul Salam Mahmoud, both former Syrian Air Force intelligence officers, are responsible for what they're calling the infliction of cruel and inhuman treatment on detainees. Among those detainees, US citizens. The two men allegedly ordered torture, including whipping, beating, burning and electrocuting prisoners. The indictment was filed last month, but only unsealed with the fall of the Syrian government. Washington has issued arrest warrants. However, prosecutors say the pair remain at large, with their exact location seemingly unknown.
Firefighters continue to battle a fast-moving wildfire in the California city of Malibu, and thousands of people remain under evacuation orders. Some students at a local university were forced to shelter overnight in the school's library. Ira Spitzer reports from California.
The Franklin Fire erupted overnight in Malibu, fueled by powerful dry winds blowing from the mountains toward the Southern California coast. Residents reported seeing the hillside covered in flames, and the fire crossed the Pacific Coast Highway with wind gusts of close to 100 kilometers an hour. At Pepperdine University, several hundred students sheltered in place in the school's library overnight. Malibu has opened other evacuation sites, with power shut down across parts of the coastal city of 10,000 people. The National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning indicating a particularly dangerous situation for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties through at least Tuesday afternoon.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the joy in Syria over Bashar al-Assad's ouster from power and his flight to asylum in Russia gives way to horror as efforts continue to find those people whose lives he upended during his 24 years in power. It is hard, given some of the images the world has witnessed from Syria since the weekend, to remember that when Assad first ascended to the Syrian leadership, he was considered a reformer, a man who could modernize his country after the brutality of his own father, Hafez al-Assad, who ruled Syria for nearly 3 decades. But Emma Beals, a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute and senior advisor at the European Institute of Peace, says now the last couple of days have put paid to any illusions about the nature of Bashar's own regime.
The flip side of yesterday's joy is just utter sadness and tragedy as the full scale of what a butcher Assad was comes to light. And some of us knew that. We've been following in a lot of detail for many years, researching, these gulags and what was happening in them. But, watching them desperately try to get people out of Sednaya and the underground basements there, the secret prisons, just the scale of horror has just been astonishing.
Tomorrow, what to expect from Syria's rebel leader, now with his fingers on the levers of power in Damascus. He says he wants to unify the country and has put his jihadist past behind him. But can he be trusted? With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The suspect in the assassination of the chief executive of United Healthcare will fight extradition to New York to face murder charges. The Israeli military's confirmed it destroyed Syrian naval facilities overnight. And the US has filed war crimes charges against 2 high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back. Let me see, what do we have coming up this hour? The issue of broker liability in the wake of Syria's trucking accidents. may come before the U.S. Supreme Court again. But there's no guarantee the 9 justices will at last take up the issue. Now, they've already denied on 2 separate occasions to take it up. You got the full report from Landline this past day. First, let's get to Brain Deb. What's happening? Morning.
Oh, not much, Steve. I know you're itching and dying to ask me one specific question. So go ahead and ask it.
Was it the Gougers question?
No. I got an answer for that in a minute. But the main question is, what everybody's talking about is the Kroger-Albertsons merger is now kaput, is now denied. I guess you heard about that.
Well, no, you're breaking the news to me. I didn't. I know they've been battling it out for months and months. So the deal is off. What the federal regulators say it was antitrust or something, or?
Yep, the Federal Trade Commission has blocked finally denied the merger. Now, in a way, I'm glad because there's 2 years that's wasted. And I think somebody in the article said that it was like $900 million that were lost in attorney's fees. So I kind of sort of saw it coming because not many companies can fight so long before they just go, hey, you know what? Screw it. We're done.
Right.
But watch what's going to happen. Just sit back and watch what's going to happen here. Albertsons still wants to go under or go out of business. So what they're going to do is go, okay, Kroger, since you committed under the plan for the merger, why don't we sell you these how many ever stores? And then everybody else picks up the rest of it, and Albertsons goes out of business. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe Vic is listening, he can help me out here. If you sell off a bunch of stores, you don't have to go to the Federal Trade Commission to get it done, to get the deal done, if I remember right. But see, the stupid thing is, and, you know, I am still part of the Teamsters Union, and unions are dying. The question that I have always had was, why was the union up there in, was it Oregon and Washington, the UFCW, fighting against this merger? That's less people you're going to be bringing into your union. I mean, I went to our illustrious union meeting. Union meeting Sunday, and they're saying, well, our current membership is 4,200 people, and we're going to try to get up to 5,000 by the end of the year. And my thought was, good luck. Good luck. And because there's not many companies that are joining the unions. I mean, you go to one, there's a LTL carrier, and I'm not going to name any names down here, and they specifically say in their code of conduct, you mention the word of union, you're fired. Just mention it out the door. And like I told Dingbat, where she's working at now, she wants to put one of the Teamster stickers on her back window because she's proud of because of the union and the Teamsters and all of that. And I said, no, because if your boss saw that, he'll probably throw you out the building and lock the door. Said, I don't want nothing to do with the Teamsters. Now, luckily, her boss is a little different. That's a different story. But there are some people that they see that Teamster word out there or that union word on the back of a car. Hey, you know what? It's your car. You're out the door.
So I guess it's kind of like shouting fire in a movie theater or saying the word bomb on a plane. They don't want nothing to do with union talk.
Exactly. Remember when Yellow folded? And Memphis is a fairly large city. I mean, it's not no Chicago or New York or whatever. It's a fairly decent-sized city. And I put in so many applications, and, you know, you can fill in the blank of where to go work at. And when they saw Yellow Freight and Union and Teamster, I might as well just said I had a felony for murder. You might as well say I was dealing drugs, you know? I mean, nobody wants to give you a chance, because this is the stupid part about these employers. And what really pisses me off, and I think me and Jolly have gotten into this argument several times. If I gave you my resume, if I gave you my application and you read it, can you judge on a piece of paper on how good of an employee that I would be? No, you can't. It's not until you start talking to people that you actually do get to see whether or not they are a good employee or not. That's the thing. And these stupid companies, fill in the blanks, are missing the point. You sit here, you whine and cry, you complain and moan about, well, we can't find nobody. Well, that's because you're passing up all the good ones and hiring the stupid ones. Like in our warehouse, we had 30 guys quit here a couple weeks ago, the week of Thanksgiving. Just quit. They got wrote up for poor performance, and you quit. The warehouse here pays just as much as what I make, and it's one of the highest paid warehouses in the entire city. And you walk out from that job, and there's people that I know at Yellow. They won't even look at them. They won't touch them. They won't say, hey, how you doing? You know, what's going on? I mean, the stores here, they had a hiring event here for the stores, about a month or two ago. Why? Why are you having a hiring event? Because you can't get nobody to work in the stores that want to work in the stores.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the dingy one. She even went, this was like back September, August, whatever. She went and applied and said, I prefer overnight work. You have a hard time filling that position, but yet you have somebody come to you and say, hey, I want to do overnight work. Not many people say that on the application.
Sure.
So I don't get these corporations. I really, honestly, truly don't get it. I mean, it's like me keep talking to the charters about you and you banging your head against the wall. But now the Gouger's question. Why is everybody getting into the trucking industry? If I remember the question right, Steve.
Yes, I believe that was the question. Why are people getting into the industry when, well, I mean, more or less, not necessarily company drivers, but people why are people leasing trucks or buying trucks with $6,000 a month payments?
Okay. I knew I heard part of the question and I didn't hear the full question. This is the problem. TikTok, Facebook Reels, Instagram, we can just keep going for days. You have all these idiots. You have all these people on there. Oh, hey, guess what? I went from this week, we went from here to here and here to here. We did this. And people see that and they go, wow, that's such an easy job. All I got to do is go from Memphis to Dallas and then Dallas to California and come back, and I get to see all the country for free, and I get to do all this work and get paid for it. I don't really do anything. I'm tired of getting beat up by my boss for me not turning in this expense report on time. I just don't want nobody around me, And they get lured into these companies, and then they get into the company and they go, hey, look, you know what? You can make more money as a lease operator. You could just make all the money you want to in the world. You ain't got nothing to worry about. Just do it. And these people who are young and fairly new in the industry, all they hear is cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. They don't hear the backside of people like Gouger or Grump, who's been in this for many, many, many decades, are wise beyond their years, that are trying to help educate them and tell them, no, don't do it. Hey, do it this way. Do it this way. This is how you do it. But the other thing, too, is you have, why they really want to be owner-operators is simple, Steve, is they also get on that TikTok and Facebook and all of that, and they see these drivers. Oh, well, I ran this load and this load and this load, and I made $7,000 a month, and it keeps going. And they see this quick cash. But the same idiots that post in these videos don't tell you on the backside, well, this is my truck payment, this is my fuel payment, this is what I paid outright.
And this is what I've got at the end of the month. He cited one driver that said he ends up with maybe $400 or $500 left at the end of a pay period. And that ain't enough to barely put groceries on the table.
Oh, it gets even better, Steve. It gets even better. Dingbat will get on Facebook get on TikTok every now and then. There's a guy on there. He's showing broker loads. He goes, well, this is picking up in Orlando, Florida, and going to Miami, and look at this DA load here. This only pays $1.75 a mile. Or look at this DA load. This is going from here to here, and it's paying, $1 a mile. Okay, some of it, yeah, it is pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, it is an idiot rate. Okay, but they're looking at this going, wow, I can make good money doing it. I can make good money hauling $1 a mile freight. But like I said, though, Gouger and Grump and all the other ones that have done that they understand the industry. These new people, they don't understand anything. And they get burned, and then guess what happens? They get out of the industry. Then when they go bankrupt, guess what? Their whole equipment gets repossessed, gets auctioned off, and they have to pay back the difference on whatever's left. But anyway, real quick, now let's switch to some NASCAR news, Steve. Richard Childress Racing has announced they're going to run a third car part-time next year. Andy Hill is going to be the driver. I'll have to do a little more research on him. It's going to be a part-time selected races. They haven't said the races or the sponsor, but it's kind of going to be like the Trackhouse Project 91, where they're going to invite certain drivers to come in and run certain races through the year. Also, too, I failed to mention this to you several times, but Toyota is pulling out of NHRA. They won their first ever funny car championship this year. So that's kind of a bang to the situation.
Wow.
But I did hear heat wave on there. Now there was another article that I read while I was on hold, Steve. Did you didn't? I know you didn't hear about this though, did you?
No. What did I miss?
Hollywood is going to make a movie about Kamala Harris. I mean, Steve, Hollywood has lost their ever-loving mind, Steve. Have you? I guess you haven't heard what the title is either.
I think he tried to mention some sort of a cackling. What was it?
No. That's her being a spokesman for Laughing Cow Cheese. But this one's going to be titled "The Good, the Bad, and the Unelectable."
That's about it.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, good morning to Roki. I see he jumps in, sharing some of the latest headlines. Looks like there were some arrests made this past day in relation to the big fire under the, locally they call it the Big Mac Bridge because it looks like one of the Golden Arches. It's the Interstate 471 across the Ohio River, linking Cincinnati to northern Kentucky. I guess the latest in the last few hours is 3 arrests this past day in connection with that massive fire that damaged the bridge. Let's see. Fire chief says 24-year-old Caitlin Hall was arrested on 2 felony charges of obstruction of justice. Court documents allege that she had lied to investigators about knowing 2 other men. Those 2 men, Zachary Stumpf and Terry Stiles, booked into the Justice Center late this past evening on charges of aggravated arson. Documents say these 2 set the fire at a playground located under the interstate overpass. The fire chief said they were able to rule out homeless encampments as a potential cause of the fire. Nonetheless, the investigation is ongoing, but this was the early morning hours back on November 1st. Significant damage to the southbound lanes of the bridge, requiring those lanes to be closed. Nobody hurt in the fire that burned the playground underneath the bridge. If you saw, I recall the video the following morning. I didn't. Some of the initial reports where there was a crash and some sort of like a tanker may have exploded or something on the bridge because the fire was intense. I have no idea what would have fueled the amount of intense flames that we saw. You know, someone suggested a lot of these playgrounds nowadays will use the ground up rubber from tires to form kind of like the play area. And of course, that I never did get a confirmation if that was the case, and that's what was burning so intensely under that bridge, though. The northbound lanes reopened on the day of the fire. Crews, of course, had to shut down the southbound lanes. Big-time damage. Update this past day. DOT said the damaged girders are going to be removed next. Following demolition, crews begin to repair a 70-foot section of the 471 northbound wall. That repair expected to be completed in late December. All the steel components are expected to arrive by mid-January. 7 new girders will be installed, totaling 556 feet in length, while more than 7,600 square feet of new concrete deck and sidewall will have to be poured. The schedule for completion of the bridge repairs is contingent on the materials arriving and, of course, the weather conditions. You're talking about trying to do all this work in the winter months. Crews are hoping to have the work completed and the bridge fully reopened by March of next year. This has been and will continue to be creating major headaches for thousands of commuters every day. But, hey, I look at the clock here. Phillips on board. Eagle's going to finish up his call. But we're so close to news break. Let's take care of that first. The issue of broker liability. Attorneys for Katia Guthrie, the widow of a driver killed in Georgia back in 2020 in a crash with the truck, have asked the U.S. Supreme Court to review a decision by two lower federal courts that TQL Logistics, one of the largest brokers in the country, was not negligent when it hired the carrier Hard to Stop. That's the name of it. Hard to Stop Transport to transport a load from Claxton Poultry Farms. With both the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Georgia and the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals having taken TQL out of the case, the Guthrie attorneys now face a potentially tough climb in appealing to the Supreme Court on two other cases or occasions in recent years. The question of whether a broker can be held liable or negligent in a case involving a truck it hired has come before the Supreme Court seeking review, but on both occasions it has been rejected. One case was Miller versus C.H. Robinson. The brokerage company had been found negligent in 2020 by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals for a Nevada crash that left the plaintiff a quadriplegic. C.H. Robinson had hired a driver who did business as two companies, RT Service and Raise Trans, and it was that driver involved in the crash that injured Miller. The Supreme Court, in the closing days of their 2021-22 term, denied C.H. Robinson review of that Ninth Circuit decision. Two different circuits, two different directions. The more recent denial in a case related to a broker liability involved a brokerage company, Global Trans, that was handed down near the start of this year. So we'll give you a bit more on where things stand. The question is, what will the Supreme Court of the United States do? All right, we could see this going one of two ways, according to the experts. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. South Korea's opposition is planning a new impeachment motion against President Yoon Suk Yeol. It will be the Democratic Party's second attempt at impeachment over Yoon's failed bid to impose martial law earlier this month. Chris Gilbert reports.
The Democratic Party, or DP, is set to introduce the motion on Thursday with a vote on Saturday. The bill is expected to contain allegations that Yoon directly ordered martial law troops to seal off the National Assembly and arrest lawmakers, amounting to an act of insurrection. The opposition holds just over half of South Korea's National Assembly, but impeachment motions need two-thirds support to pass. The DP's first attempt at impeachment, which came only days after Yoon's announcement and then revocation of martial law, failed after Yoon's party boycotted the vote. The DP has since vowed to push for impeachment every week. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
Firefighters continue to battle a fast-moving wildfire in California's city of Malibu, and thousands of people remain under evacuation orders. Some students at a local university were forced to shelter overnight in the school's library. Ira Spitzer has more.
The Franklin Fire erupted overnight in Malibu, fueled by powerful dry winds blowing from the mountains toward the Southern California coast. Residents reported seeing the hillside covered in flames and the fire cross the Pacific Coast Highway with wind gusts of close to 100 kilometers an hour. At Pepperdine University, several hundred students sheltered in place in the school's library overnight. Malibu has opened other evacuation sites with power shut down across parts of the coastal city of 10,000 people. The National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning indicating a particularly dangerous situation for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties through at least Tuesday afternoon. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
The United States has filed war crimes against two high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. It comes after the government of Bashar al-Assad collapsed, with the former president fleeing the country. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The US Justice Department says Jamil Hassan and Abdul Salam Mahmoud, both former Syrian Air Force intelligence officers, are responsible for what they're calling the infliction of cruel and inhuman treatment on detainees. Among those detainees, US citizens. The two men allegedly ordered torture, including whipping, beating, burning and electrocuting prisoners. The indictment was filed last month, but only unsealed with the fall of the Syrian government. Washington has issued arrest warrants. However, prosecutors say the pair remain at large, with their exact location seemingly unknown. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Quickly, we left off there. What will the Supreme Court do? Nathaniel Saylor, partner with the trucking-focused law firm, said, I could see this going one of two ways of how the Supreme Court might react. Of course, one course of action might be that if it ever gets to the point that there have been 4 requests and the precedents are 2-2, 2 decisions widening the definition of broker liability and 2 limited it, then maybe they take up the 4th case. But if it's 2-1 or 3-1, with the 9th Circuit decision widening the definition of liability, the justices might think chances are the 9th Circuit just got it wrong. He noted even though the only decision on the books widening the definition of broker liability comes from the 9th Circuit, other circuits without a binding precedent like those that are home to the TQL and the Global Trans decisions can still look at Miller versus Robinson as a persuasive precedent should a court in one of those circuits be forced to address the issue. Yeah, there was another significant broker liability case, the broker Landstar Systems was ruled to be protected by the F4A in the 11th Circuit ruling back in April of last year. That case involved the theft of cargo, not an injury to a person. The plaintiff, Aspen American Insurance, chose not to request review from the Supreme Court, but it adds to the weight of conflicting opinions, which in just a few years stands at 3 in which the brokers were fully protected by the F4A, and one that was not, and that was the C.H. Robinson. Broker liability, who's responsible? See what's going on with Philip in Florida. Rolling into hump day. Hey there.
Hey, buddy, how you doing today?
Doing well.
Everybody doing all right out there?
Yes, sir. Trying to stay warm, getting ready for the Arctic air mass to come blasting in.
I'm getting ready for the rain to come across today. The rain's going to come across us later today, so that's what I'm getting ready for. And then after that, we're going to have a little cold spell down here, not like what y'all got, but got a little cold spell. But talking about those brokers and whatnot, when a lawsuit's put out there, be it negligence on the truck driver or whatever, they're going to set up that lawsuit where they're going to sue everybody that has to deal with anything dealing with that case. So if a broker is involved with that load, they're going to tail with it. So I don't know why they do it that way, Steve, but it's just that way. You know what I mean, Steve, as far as everybody that's implicated in or has to do with that load is going to be implicated. What's your feelings on that, Steve?
Right. I mean, yeah, because, well, and then you have these circuit cases, and then you have civil cases, and, I mean, the law, I mean, it's big money.
Absolutely. A lot of big money. Well, think of it this way, and I just seen this on I-4, and I was kind of shocked when I just seen this. We got a driver out here pulling doubles, which is not a big deal. He's pulling two 48-foot trailers on Interstate 4, which is not set up for that.
Okay.
Now, what happens if he has an accident? He just got off I-4 here at the 408. He has an accident with those two 48-foot trailers, and they find him negligent, you know? It's one of those things. You know, they're going to hold everybody accountable that has to do with that load.
Yeah.
And I hope this guy don't get caught. But if you're out there and you can hear me, buddy, and you're on it's a T-Force truck, and trailers, so y'all have fun with that. But I don't think I want to take two 48-foot trailers on Interstate 4 with Florida Highway Patrol out here. So y'all do what y'all need to do, I guess. But that's turnpike stuff. That's not stuff on I-4, if you know what I mean, Steve. But getting to the union bit, I've been in a union now almost 15 years at Disney. I was in the Teamsters when I worked with Preston many, many years ago. And unions are dying. I do agree with that one. But the union, it really depends on the contract that your union has with your employer. And that makes a big difference. And a lot of people can't check that out when they go into a job. They know they need to research a job when they do it. And I do believe what Brain Dead was saying earlier, when you've got union on your resume, sometimes that can put a bad taste in somebody's mouth that's hiring you and shove you off to the wayside and take somebody else. But today's workforce, they are looking for a different type of person than what's going on with all us older guys. You know, and it has to do with a lot of the younger folks who are trainable. And I don't care what industry it is. It can be in the trucking industry, it can be any industry. They're looking for people that's trainable, that's going to do what they tell them to do, and they can be longevity for the company that way. And then when those people turn into us years later, they just start to cycle over again, Steve, if you know what I mean.
Yes,
so
sir.
It's one of those deals. And I'm going to tell you what I've seen in my years of driving the truck, 90% of the people that get in the truck, I don't care for a company driver or their owner-operator, they see dollar signs and they think they're going to make X amount of dollars and it's going to be huge and I'm going to be a Will and Sonny like it used to be back in the day with Moving On. It doesn't work that way. When you get out there and you look at the time constraints that you're put against, and you're put against a lot of stuff that's happening around you, and you have to make decisions quick, and things happen. Some stuff is overwhelming. Then you learn. As far as the owner-operator thing, Steve, 90% of the people I see that get into that over the years that I was in the industry was they didn't understand the fact it takes money to make money. And what that means is you have to reinvest in your company if you're an owner-operator. So that means your paycheck, your personal paycheck might be low some weeks because your company has to have capital to survive. I mean, does that make sense, Steve?
Absolutely, yes. And that is a 100% correct statement. You got to spend money to make money.
Absolutely. And 90% of the failures in trucking, owner-operating, mainly when you're self-owned driver, is money management and not having your capital in the correct spot to keep you going. It takes money to make money. It means you have to have money in capital to keep that truck going. If it breaks, you got to have money to fix it. You got to have money to fuel it. You got to have money to insure it. You got to have money to tag it. That ain't talking about IFTA or any of the other stuff that you have to pay out, necessarial fees and stuff like that you've got to take care of your company. And you got to look at it that way. Now, if you set a plan up and you set yourself a steady paycheck, that's okay if you're into your own deal and you're not having to deal with brokers and you got your own authorities and all that kind of stuff. That's a great thing. But you have to make the decision sometimes that you're going to have to starve to keep that vehicle moving. And that's the sad reality of being an owner-operator. Sorry, it sucks, but, I was always told when I was first driving by a lot of the owner-operators, drive somebody else's junk, don't drive your own, because when it's your own, it's a big responsibility. It's kind of like having a kid, Steve. When you had your kid and you're like, all right, I got a kid now, da-da-da-da. And then you saw all the other stuff on the other side. You have to take care of that youngin'. It's the same concept. You know what I mean, Steve?
Absolutely.
And that's what people don't look at it. How come we have all those failures from COVID? Look at the amount of drivers that are losing their trucks today that started in 2020 with COVID because they got rich. They thought they were going to get quick rich. Well, guess what those drivers didn't do? They didn't reinvest in their company. They didn't do their research on what they were buying. Don't go out and buy a brand new Peterbilt. You might have to buy a Freightliner that's used to get you by, and then when you make your capital, then go buy that nice Peterbilt. I'm sure Monkey Gouger he can tell you that his first truck was nowhere near what his truck that he owns now is. You know what I mean? You have to sacrifice when you first start out. You can't drive the primo best semi out there.
Yep.
You can't drive a $150,000 Peterbilt. You're going to be driving a $40,000 Freightliner, and you're going to be lucky that your payments are under $1,500 a month. So just my opinion of it, my food for thought for that one. So, but hopefully there's a lot of guys out there that watch their investment into their company, watch what's going on. I know it sounds crazy with numbers, but it's the way it is. If you want it, you've got to work for it, and you got to put the time in and make sure that you have the money in the correct place. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and we'll catch you later.
All right, thank you for checking in there, Philip. Have a great Wednesday. Hey, we're halfway there, right? Making progress through another week. I think it was in our final hour last evening we shared the discussion about the Food and Drug Administration maybe finally looking at banning the red dye number 3, red dye 3. Right on the heels of that this past day, word comes down that major food companies, including Kraft Heinz, Mondelez, Coca-Cola, hit with a lawsuit accusing them of designing and marketing ultra-processed foods to be addictive to children, causing chronic diseases. Filed in the Philadelphia Court of Common Pleas by a Pennsylvania resident who alleged he developed type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, diagnosed at the age of 16 as a result of consuming the company's products. His attorneys at the firm Morgan & Morgan, a major U.S. plaintiffs firm, described the case as the first of its kind. The other companies being sued are Post Holdings, PepsiCo, General Mills, Nestle USA's arm, W.K. Kellogg, Mars, Kellanova, and ConAgra. Evidence has grown in recent years that highly processed foods are linked to a wide range of chronic health problems. Food that is considered ultra-processed would be many packaged snack foods, sweets, soft drinks that use substances extracted from foods or synthesized artificially. The Food and Drug Administration Commissioner has said that ultra-processed foods are likely addictive. Now, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the pick to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, has criticized the food industry and the FDA for failing to regulate it. This lawsuit alleged the food companies have long known their products are harmful and deliberately engineered them to be as addictive as possible. They argue that they're drawing from the same cigarette playbook as the tobacco giants, Philip Morris and R.J. Reynolds, which for a time owned the companies that became Kraft Heinz and Mondelez. So the lawsuit includes claims of conspiracy, negligence, fraudulent misrepresentation, and unfair business practices, speaking an unspecified amount of compensatory and punitive damages. I know RFK is talking about maybe doing something in regards to this ultra-processed food. And I was just kind of reflecting back. When I was a kid, yes, I'm getting older, but when you and maybe when I was a kid, we didn't grow up living on Cheetos and Fritos and Doritos and soda pop. Getting a caffeinated beverage, a Pepsi or a Coke that was an absolute treat on a very rare occasion in the summertime. I remember grandparents had the refrigerator out in the garage, and if they had stocked up on some of the flavored, like the Faygo, the grape, the red cream soda, orange drink, to get one of those was an absolute treat. We didn't drink sodas day after day after day. We grew up drinking milk and water and orange juice. And as far as the snacks goes, I guess it was a time when, the parents cooked. You had an actual meal. Maybe breakfast cereal, okay. I did grow up on Frosted Flakes, Wheaties, Cheerios. But then, you had a decent lunch. Yes, Grandma always cooked supper, a real meal, and an occasional snack in between. Well, you didn't get a bag of potato chips every day. So we didn't eat nearly the quantity of this stuff. A lot of kids nowadays literally just almost grow up eating nothing but ultra-processed foods day in and day out. All right, get back to your calls. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Eagle wanted to chime back in and kind of finish up on the New York deal. All right, welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, like I was saying, Steve, this guy here, he made several mistakes. If he really wanted to get the hell out of town, he would have immediately. He had plenty of time to make his way out of New York City. He should have been halfway across the damn country in 4 or 5 days. He should have been in Los Angeles or somewhere, California. They're only finding 300 miles away, sitting in a McDonald's restaurant, eating a meal with the gun still on him, with the gun still on this idiot, and with the backpack he still had, and then he had a manifesto. The whole thing makes no sense. He took a man's life. You know, like I say, this man, he don't know nothing about that guy. We don't know who this guy was, this CEO of this company. We still ain't saying nothing. And besides that, where is this guy's wife at? I haven't heard a damn thing from the guy's wife, the CEO who got killed. I haven't heard not one word come out of her mouth about how she felt about her husband being gunned down. Okay, we don't know nothing about her. So how she feels about the situation. The company, still haven't heard nothing from the insurance company that he worked for, how they felt about it, what they planned on doing to update security for the next man that steps into his position. The whole thing is one big joke. But when it comes down to it, Steve, the insurance industry needs to start treating their customers better, because people pay these. They take money out of my paycheck every week for my insurance premiums, and when you have an emergency, you don't need to be going through the ring around and going to different offices, switching you to different phone lines, and trying to avoid you at all costs. They didn't try to avoid you when they was taking that money from you. They need to give these people their money when you need to have an operation or when you need to have some type of medical procedure. I think they said this insurance company got a 30 or 40% denial rate. That's too high. There's no reason to be denying 40% of your customers that's paying you money. They need to. You need to come up with a better excuse of why you're denying these people, or let these people deal with somebody else, because it makes no sense, Steve. You got people that are losing. You got several of your callers that called in this week, and told, last week and told horror stories about the way their family members were treated. And it's not right for these companies to be screwing people like this. Like I told you last week, this company is scheduled to make over $450, not $1 million, $1 billion. Now you mean to tell me it's gonna hurt them to pay $100,000? It's gonna hurt them to pay for a man's $100,000 operation that he needs for a liver or a kidney or a heart transplant or whatever he needs. It's gonna hurt to cost them $50,000 to $100,000. It's really gonna put them out of business. No, it's not.
Right.
And these companies need to start doing the right thing. And hopefully Donald Trump, when he gets in, him and JFK, whatever the hell his name is, hopefully they do an investigation on these insurance companies and the companies that want to continue to do dirty business. Hopefully Donald Trump and his people put them out of business. If you don't want to do business the right way, they need to put them out of business. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, rolling toward news break, top of the hour. While we're talking insurance, we'll give you the rest of the story coming up. A federal judge actually this past day halting President Biden's plan to open the Affordable Care Act, a.k.a. Obamacare, to illegal aliens who were enrolled in the DACA program, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. There's more on that coming up. What's that going to cost the taxpayer? Our number, 844-844-3388. As we close out another hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The suspect in the assassination of the chief executive of United Healthcare will fight extradition to New York to face murder charges. Luigi Mangione has been denied bail and will remain in custody in Pennsylvania, where he was arrested. The Israeli military has confirmed it destroyed Syrian naval facilities overnight and that it's conducted more than 350 airstrikes in the past 48 hours on military assets belonging to the Assad regime. This despite warnings that it could ignite new conflict and jeopardize the transition of power to an interim government in the country. Israel has characterized its operations as defensive, saying it was striking suspected chemical weapons stockpiles to prevent them from falling into the hands of extremists. Rebels have named Syria's new interim prime minister as Mohammed al-Bashir, who previously governed a small pocket of rebel-held territory. Meanwhile, the United States has filed war crimes charges against two high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. It comes after the government of Bashar al-Assad collapsed, with the former president fleeing the country. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The US Justice Department says Jamil Hassan and Abdul Salam Mahmoud, both former Syrian Air Force intelligence officers, are responsible for what they're calling the infliction of cruel and inhuman treatment on detainees. Among those detainees, US citizens. The two men allegedly ordered torture, including whipping, beating, burning and electrocuting prisoners. The indictment was filed last month, but only unsealed with the fall of the Syrian government. Washington has issued arrest warrants. However, prosecutors say the pair remain at large, with their exact location seemingly unknown.
Firefighters continue to battle a fast-moving wildfire in the California city of Malibu, and thousands of people remain under evacuation orders. Some students at a local university were forced to shelter overnight in the school's library. Ira Spitzer reports from California.
The Franklin Fire erupted overnight in Malibu, fueled by powerful dry winds blowing from the mountains toward the Southern California coast. Residents reported seeing the hillside covered in flames, and the fire crossed the Pacific Coast Highway with wind gusts of close to 100 kilometers an hour. At Pepperdine University, several hundred students sheltered in place in the school's library overnight. Malibu has opened other evacuation sites, with power shut down across parts of the coastal city of 10,000 people. The National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning indicating a particularly dangerous situation for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties through at least Tuesday afternoon.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the joy in Syria over Bashar al-Assad's ouster from power and his flight to asylum in Russia gives way to horror as efforts continue to find those people whose lives he upended during his 24 years in power. It is hard, given some of the images the world has witnessed from Syria since the weekend, to remember that when Assad first ascended to the Syrian leadership, he was considered a reformer, a man who could modernize his country after the brutality of his own father, Hafez al-Assad, who ruled Syria for nearly 3 decades. But Emma Beals, a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute and senior advisor at the European Institute of Peace, says now the last couple of days have put paid to any illusions about the nature of Bashar's own regime.
The flip side of yesterday's joy is just utter sadness and tragedy as the full scale of what a butcher Assad was comes to light. And some of us knew that. We've been following in a lot of detail for many years, researching, these gulags and what was happening in them. But, watching them desperately try to get people out of Sednaya and the underground basements there, the secret prisons, just the scale of horror has just been astonishing.
Tomorrow, what to expect from Syria's rebel leader, now with his fingers on the levers of power in Damascus. He says he wants to unify the country and has put his jihadist past behind him. But can he be trusted? With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The suspect in the assassination of the chief executive of United Healthcare will fight extradition to New York to face murder charges. The Israeli military's confirmed it destroyed Syrian naval facilities overnight. And the US has filed war crimes charges against two high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So it's officially hump day, right? Hey, Mike. Meanwhile, it's 844-3388. Jolly Green Giants.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I want to talk about fast food restaurants, truck stops, and how things have changed for the last 30, 40 years. And I was talking to Gilligan and UPS driver Dan earlier before your show started, and a lot of the fast food restaurants are now cooking hamburgers up early and putting them in a warmer. And the reason is because they're accommodating the drive-through. Well, the problem is a lot of times you're getting a less quality sandwich, and it's not. A lot of times it's dried up. The hamburger is dried and like cardboard.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed this about McDonald's.
Yep.
I've noticed this about Wendy's. I've noticed this about Burger King. They're using the microwaves and various kinds of things to get those hamburgers out quicker to the drive-thru. Well, what happened to a good old-fashioned hamburger? And the only one that I remember it would come hot off the grill. Well, Frisch's Big Boy was one of them. Another one is Steak and Shake. And now in Cincinnati, there's only 2 or 3 of them left. One is on Corrine Avenue, and the other one is in Eastgate. They're at Eastgate, over there on the other side of town.
Mm-hmm.
But talk about truck stops, okay? And, Steve, I know on your show we have talked about some of the more popular truck stops. Let's talk about the truck stop that had the best food, okay? What happened to the buffet? What happened to the sit-down restaurants in truck stops? Now the truck stops, we're going to the Loves and the Pilots, and we're getting away from the sit-down restaurants. Now it's all about quick in, quick out operation.
Fast
I'm talking
food.
about
Subway.
various kinds of fast food restaurants, hot dogs,
Yep.
ready-to-go pizza. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what's going on, but I miss the old days. I miss the old truck stops that had the nice, good food, a hot buffet. And and we've talked about that restaurant there in Walcott, Iowa. I was talking to Gilligan about that, and I remember when they had some really good food in there at one time. Now, of course, now that Jolly Green's working for an LTL company, none of this stuff really matters. I really don't stop at truck stops at night. A lot of times I bring my own food, and I have my own soda pop of water, coffee, whatever I need, because I only have an 8-hour run, to be honest with you, Steve. And also I want to let you know I am dead set against the Affordable Care Act. I've been dead set against it from day one. I will tell you that who's it affordable to? Well, before Obama took office, people like myself, my insurance was provided through my company for free, our medical insurance, and it was Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO. Now, Obama gets in the office, and of course I've heard the Democratic Party talk about social medicine for years. I heard Hillary talk about it. So Obama gets in there and they create the Affordable Care Act.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my question is, who is it affordable for? Well, let me tell you what happened. When they got in office, Someone had to pay for these people that couldn't afford insurance. So guess what? They put it up on the taxpayers. So now I'm paying $150 a week for insurance per week. Whereas before Obamacare, I was paying nothing for my insurance per week. What has happened? They put the cost up onto people like you and I, Steve, and other people like us, and that is Affordable Care. Well, I'm not gonna stand for paying for insurance for people that are in our country illegally. I will not stand for that, and I encourage other drivers and people that don't drive truck to take a stance and tell the government, no, you're not spending my taxpayer money that way. But I do appreciate you letting me talk, Steve, and I do appreciate your show. And I just want to say thanks. I want to thanks to all of my cartoon character friends out there, and I hope everybody has a safe night.
Very good. Thank you very much, John the Green Giant. Good to have you chiming in here. It was back in May where the Biden-Harris administration announced a final rule to open Obamacare rolls to some DACA illegal aliens enrolled in the program. As you recall, Barack Obama first created the DACA, D-A-C-A, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, via executive order, shielding more than 1 million illegals from deportation through the years. On Monday, District Judge Daniel Traynor granted a preliminary injunction and a stay to ensure Biden's agencies cannot implement such plans while the issue makes its way through federal court. Kansas Attorney General Chris Kobach said this is a big win for the rule of law. He issued a statement. Congress never intended that illegal aliens should receive Obamacare benefits. Indeed, 2 laws prohibit them from receiving such benefits. The Biden administration tried to break those laws, but we fought back, defeating the Biden Justice Department. There were a number of states involved: Alabama, Arkansas, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, on and on. This expansion of Obamacare to illegal aliens once again shows the Biden administration's contempt for the law. According to the Immigration Reform Law Institute's executive director, like DACA itself, this expansion is a usurpation of power by an executive that opposes the will of the people as expressed in duly enacted laws and arrogantly purports to rewrite the law itself. We're pleased the court saw how starkly unlawful Biden's rule is and struck it down. Now, the preliminary injunction, that's particularly significant as Donald Trump's expected to throw out the final rule once he takes office in January. Some of the prior cost estimates suggested that should about 100,000 DACA illegal aliens enrolled in Obamacare, it would cost American taxpayers about $300 million annually. Other best estimates have put the annual financial burden at more like $2.8 billion. In his 2012 State of the Union address, Barack Obama at the time vowed to Americans that illegal aliens would not be eligible to Obamacare. And that was the point in that State of the Union address where Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina shouted out, "You lie." The case is Kansas versus United States in the U.S. District Court of the District of North Dakota. I'm pretty sure Trump will shoot that down right out of the box. Hey, good morning, Pappy.
Got a mess out here, Steve. Did you get my photos?
I got the photos, and I kind of figured you were out there taking those pictures, huh?
Yeah, if anybody, any of your driver listeners or anybody else in a four-wheeler listening, northbound 275 coming out of Kentucky into Ohio. Well, out of Kentucky into Indiana into Ohio, to the ramp to westbound 74, that big circle turn is shut down. It's going to be shut down for several hours, probably into rush hour. And another tractor trailer. Steve, we probably get 4 or 5 of these a year in this turn, and it's well marked to slow your butts down. But there's a big truck flipped over on its side. 2 heavy-duty wreckers just pulled up before I left. Steve, if I'm not mistaken, maybe your callers could, I should have asked this guy again. I think it's $2,000 a pop just to put them wreckers in drive and get them out of the yard to come out and do what they got to do. So, and there's 2 of them there. So they're going to have to offload this thing. He's got 44,000 pounds of material on there. They're going to have to offload it before they can even think about flipping it back up.
Okay. Was that a placard? I see. I'm looking at the one photo. I can't really see, but
listen, not to freak out. He is hollering hazmat, but it's nothing to be concerned about.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was the first thing I thought when I saw that placard. I was like,
what do
this
we
ain't
got?
good.
Yeah.
I talked to the fire department. They were like, yeah, it is. And unfortunately, the driver didn't speak much English. Couldn't get too much from him. So, anyway, hey, listen, it's no big deal, though. Go ahead and take the ramp to eastbound 74. Stay in your right lane. You'll immediately get off that State Route 128 exit, the Miamitown exit. Turn left. Jump right back on the ramp to westbound 74, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So just go ahead and follow what you got to do. Get off that very next exit. It ain't but a quarter of a mile. Get off that exit, turn left, go under the overpass, and then turn right back onto that ramp to get on westbound 74. So it's not really that big of an inconvenience. That's all I got, brother. Got to go, man. Peace out. Talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Okay, been on the scene, as he says, this early Wednesday morning. They sent me several photos of the truck on the side. Like I said, that's the first thing I noticed was the placard, but you can't really read the numbers that were on the placard, but I guess so. It is a loaded truck. Got to offload it. So that's going to take some time. Then they got to get the truck righted and tow it away. Interesting. How could it possibly be? He doesn't speak much English, huh? That's a good place to bring you the next industry headline. The federal government, they tell us, is nearly doubling the number of available H-2B visas, which allow certain trucking companies to hire foreign truck drivers. Temporarily, right? Okay. After consulting with the Department of Labor, the Department of Homeland Security has made an additional 64,716. These are H-2B visas, not A. H-2A are agriculture workers, people work in the field. The B, that's people that could work in a number of different categories. The non-agriculture workers. Now, of the additional H-2B visas, nearly 45,000 will be available to returning workers who received a visa within the past 3 fiscal years. Remaining visas will be allocated to nationals of Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, and Honduras, regardless of whether they are returning workers. Department of Homeland Security has issued additional H-2B visas every year since at least 2017, with the exception of 2020. Half the congressionally mandated visas were given out in the first half of the fiscal year, the remaining visas allocated in the second half. Well, in September, the Citizenship and Immigration Services announced they had reached their H-2B visa cap for the first half of fiscal year 2025. Under the H-2B visa, this is not all going to be truck drivers. Now, don't misunderstand that. But employers can hire foreign workers to perform temporary non-agriculture work as either a one-time occurrence. It could be seasonal. It could be peak load or on an intermittent basis. There's a wide variety of industries that take advantage of the program. Some would be in the hospitality, I guess the hotel, motel cleaners and things of that nature. The tourism industry, landscaping, seafood processing, and yes, of course, trucking. Last year, more than 1,400 H-2B visas were given to more than 50 companies for transportation and material moving occupations. The likes of truck drivers.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Now, what's interesting to me about the H-2B visa thing is we've talked ad nauseum for years, for decades literally, about this so-called driver shortage issue, which we know does not exist. Really, it's about bringing in more affordable labor. Now, these individuals are willing to drive truck for a pittance of what they should be paid. But the whole premise of the H-2B program, the way it's written, applicants actually have to get certification from the Department of Labor proving that there are not enough U.S. workers who are able, willing, qualified, and available to perform this work. Then they're supposed to have to show that hiring an H-2B worker will not adversely affect wages and working conditions of similarly employed U.S. workers. Now, you tell me, as a truck driver, bringing in these foreign workers under the visa program, there's no denying it is pushing down the wages for the average American driver. It's just a fact. They highlight some of the companies last year, I guess, that had the most visas. You've got Great Falls, Montana-based leasing company, like 145. Zolfo Spring, Florida-based ATP Agri-Services with 134. Watertown, Massachusetts-based Olympia Moving and Storage with about 115. Yeah, there's another moving company, Charleston, Massachusetts-based Gentle Giant Moving Company with 100. So far, for the first half of fiscal year 2025, hundreds of H-2B visas have been allocated to transportation and material moving occupations, more than a dozen companies. Transport Leasing Company, again, leads the list this year with already 163, already more than they used in the previous year. I don't know, your thoughts, your sentiment? We'll get back to your calls at 844-3388. First, coming up here, the news break, about a minute away. Yeah, I know Big Ed was belly aching, moaning and complaining, and I guess rightfully so. He got sick as a dog after the cruise, which happens all too often. A lot of our cruisers got off the ship sick. Then no sooner did he gets over that illness, whatever it was, and gathers with family and friends for Thanksgiving to come down with the creepy crud once again. And his complaint is, why are people, when you're sick, why do you come to these gatherings and pass your snot-nosed creepy crud to everybody else in the family? So I found it rather holiday gatherings. It is that time of year. You don't want to be around your friends and family when you're spreading illness. If you've been sick with the cold, flu, COVID, other illnesses, when is it safe for you to mingle? How long are you contagious? And it really varies greatly depending on what you've got. We've got the numbers. We'll share some of that coming up here. All right, we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. South Korea's opposition is planning a new impeachment motion against President Yoon Suk Yeol. It will be the Democratic Party's second attempt at impeachment over Yoon's failed bid to impose martial law earlier this month. Chris Gilbert reports.
The Democratic Party, or DP, is set to introduce the motion on Thursday with a vote on Saturday. The bill is expected to contain allegations that Yoon directly ordered martial law troops to seal off the National Assembly and arrest lawmakers, amounting to an act of insurrection. The opposition holds just over half of South Korea's National Assembly, but impeachment motions need two-thirds support to pass. The DP's first attempt at impeachment, which came only days after Yoon's announcement and then revocation of martial law, failed after Yoon's party boycotted the vote. The DP has since vowed to push for impeachment every week. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
Firefighters continue to battle a fast-moving wildfire in California city of Malibu, and thousands of people remain under evacuation orders. Some students at a local university were forced to shelter overnight in the school's library. Ira Spitzer has more.
The Franklin Fire erupted overnight in Malibu, fueled by powerful dry winds blowing from the mountains toward the Southern California coast. Residents reported seeing the hillside covered in flames, and the fire crossed the Pacific Coast Highway with wind gusts of close to 100 kilometers an hour. At Pepperdine University, several hundred students sheltered in place in the school's library overnight. Malibu has opened other evacuation sites with power shut down across parts of the coastal city of 10,000 people. The National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning indicating a particularly dangerous situation for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties through at least Tuesday afternoon. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
The United States has filed war crimes against two high-ranking Syrian military figures who it accuses of torturing American citizens. It comes after the government of Bashar al-Assad collapsed, with the former president fleeing the country. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The US Justice Department says Jamil Hassan and Abdul Salam Mahmoud, both former Syrian Air Force intelligence officers, are responsible for what they're calling the infliction of cruel and inhuman treatment on detainees. Among those detainees, US citizens. The two men allegedly ordered torture, including whipping, beating, burning and electrocuting prisoners. The indictment was filed last month, but only unsealed with the fall of the Syrian government. Washington has issued arrest warrants. However, prosecutors say the pair remain at large, with their exact location seemingly unknown. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Leave off there. That's right. Carolina Monkey Gouger. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Steve, a while ago when you were talking about growing up and those sweets and stuff, it rung a bell with me. You know, back when we was growing up, you could buy soda water if you had the bottle for 10 cents. Get 2 pieces of Super Bubble gum for a penny. Get a Baby Ruth candy bar for a dime. Now, you know, we grew up on iced tea. I mean, on the farm, they didn't have much Coca-Cola. If you went to town and got a Coca-Cola, that was a big day for you, man. And you take back, all right, in the fall of the year, we killed 2 cows, butcher them. We killed 2 hogs, put one of them in the smokehouse. And we had a 10-acre garden that Granny, canned everything, no processed, no, preservatives, anything in your food or anything like that. I mean, that's the way we live. We grow everything and we eat it. And, I wonder how many of these young ladies or, say, middle-aged ladies could even can anything right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they used to can peach cobbler and put it up. Boy, you talking about good? Woo, that stuff was good. But I mean, and then they got into the fast food and the preservatives and everything. And one thing that we cooked with, we didn't have corn oil or nothing like that. Everything was cooked with hog lard. Fried fish, cooked with hog lard, anything you fried, you use hog lard with it. And it's been about 2.5 weeks ago, we had a big fish fry down at the house, and all the aunts and uncles and everybody, cousins got there. It was my turn to cook. And I told them, I said, all right, I'll fry a batch of fish. So I went uptown, got me a 5-gallon pail of that hog lard, come back, put it in the deep fryer. And I always put a stick of butter. I don't use no margarine. Put a stick of butter, give that fish kind of a flaky golden look to it.
Right.
They started eating it, and my aunt looked at me and said, I ain't eating no fish like this since I was a teenager. So what do you use? There's a secret recipe direct from Granny. Said, you use hog lard, did you? I said, I sure did. And a stick of butter, But I mean, that right there is the reason that we're seeing a lot of cancer, sugar diabetes, all this preserved fast food. And I want to tell the cartoon character that if he ever gets over to Texas, stop at the Jolly Truck Stop, still a sit-down restaurant, and they will cook you a greasy hamburger. The grease will be running down your elbow. And it tastes like a hamburger. Got a big old purple onion on it, piece of lettuce, and tomato. And that's all you can do to eat the doggone thing. And it's about $10, French fries, homemade. I ain't talking about them frozen French fries. They got them homemade French fries. They got one of them tater smashes in there to make them French fries. It is good, man. But that was something else I wanted to address on these visa drivers. How many drivers have we lost this year that's unemployed? Ain't it up in like 60,000, 50,000?
I just shared the numbers the other night, and we're down 40,000 trucking jobs since the peak, like in 22, when so many had jumped in.
So why do we need those people to come over here and drive trucks when we got available truck drivers to jump on the truck? I mean, you just heard what Pappy said. Couldn't speak no English. And in the Green Book, it says that you must speak and read the English language.
To be able to communicate, to the level of being able to communicate with law enforcement. And there, Pappy's law enforcement trying to communicate, couldn't get squat out of him.
Couldn't get squat out of it. And I'm tired of this double tier. Oh, they foreigners, they didn't know no better. That happened 2 years ago right up there in your neck of the wood when they shot that truck, shot the wheels out of it because the idiot didn't know he was supposed to stop for the blue light. Just the judge said, well, he didn't know no better. We'll just have to find him a little bit of money and let him go. Now, if I'd have done that crap, I'd be up there. You had to be bringing me cigarettes and something to bologna to eat. I'm sick of this double tier of law enforcement. But before I jump off here, I heard a comment the other night that kind of boiled my blood a little bit. And they were talking about they hope that Donald Trump didn't, go after all these people for what they done to him. Well, you know, the way I look at this, we've been called garbage, imbeciles, just right on down the line because we voted for Donald Trump. And Donald Trump and all his speeches said, hey, this ain't about me. It's about y'all. And they proved it.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he said the Democrats would play Donald Trump like a bass fiddle. He must not be looking at the red map that Donald played them people up like a bunch of bass fiddles. I mean, you look at Alvin Bragg, he stuck at the hip, that Latricia James up there, and what happened to Fannie Willis? She don't even know she gonna be able to practice law or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't agree with them saying that the Democrats can play Donald like a bass fiddle. I don't agree that, and I hope that he gets up there and turns exonerate those people that have been falsely imprisoned up there with the J6. I hope he pardons all them, get them out of jail, and get some of this other stuff that's going on. And you know, you look at what happened in this case with the Marine. Alvin Bragg got his ass handed to him again. You know, he tried to pull a last-minute stunt, and it backfired on him. They need to get these incompetent people, DAs, out of business. Tell them, hey, enough is enough. But Steve, I am totally against this, and we're going up after Christmas and meet with our congressman about some of this. He's invited us up. There's going to be 4 of us go up there and meet with him about what we're talking about right now. So people, get involved with this. OIDA is really pounding on it. We don't need no more H-2B2 visa drivers driving trucks out here and creating carnage. And you know, Steve, the thing that makes me mad about the whole thing is when they have a wreck, they won't classify it. It goes against the trucking industry, and that really perturbed me. You know, they ought to be singled out for what they're doing. I mean, just I could name 10 wrecks that they've had. There was one in Arkansas that involved a bus or 2 buses over there, had people dying on there. They were trying to talk to them, and they couldn't even converse with them.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, yeah, I'm against all. Hey, look here, we need to take care of our country, and those people need to stay in Guatemala and Honduras and Brazil and everywhere else down there, and let us get this thing sorted out before we bring anybody else in this country. So, Steve, Merry Christmas, and I'm going to back out and listen a little bit.
Thank you for chiming back in there. And, yeah, if we're down 40,000 truck drivers, yeah, and companies continuing to shutter their doors, yeah, they've held on as long as they can. We're still kind of clearing the playing field, trying to have an equilibrium of supply and demand. Yeah, what would be the necessity for any H-2B drivers at all? That was my question to begin with. Andrew, I believe. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Bubba. Yeah, so I'm a certified arborist, and I'm also a commercial driver too. So I do trees, I drive trucks, and it's just crazy how there's so many of the visa guys coming from different places, and it really does. They pay these guys less money. They do more work. They're slave labor. They work like 11 months out of the year. Then they give them a month off to go back to whatever country to spend with their family. But the whole thing is just slave labor, and it's disgusting because it's a backdoor way of doing it. And you have these big corporations like Bartlett Tree they do that, and it's just it's like, you know, for us to try and live here, and who's going to want to, you know, you can't pay an American to say that, you know, $20 an hour, but they can pay somebody who lives in a third world country that money, because that's, you know, that's really, really serious money to them. But to here, you can't, you know, they put, you know, 5, 6 of them in a trailer, and, you know, the American dream is not living with 5 other guys in a trailer.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely. So, like, I mean, when I shared, of course,
I didn't even know that that's how it was supposed to be. That was supposed to be we weren't supposed to have a work pool, but the reason that we don't have a work pool is because they want to lower the wage, and so no American's going to work for that rate. And so it's a backdoor way of doing things, and it's horrible. So hopefully now we got our big T coming back and get everything. You know, things are going to change. That's for sure. RFK is going to help to this whole. You know, we'll see. I'm staying positive. God bless America, and thank you so much. And I definitely, this is eye-opening for sure, because I thought it was just a few people, and that's just how it went. I didn't know that we were supposed to have a need for these people.
Yes.
You know, the only need is that they're paying them less, and so it's very it's informative, very, very good. So thank you. And I appreciate what you're doing. God bless.
Andrew, got your name, got your number, got you a first time caller code. First time checking in. Yeah, that was my point exactly. When you say applicants have to get certification from the Department of Labor proving there's not enough workers able, willing, qualified, and available. And then the big kicker is they have to show. Now, how do you do that? Show that hiring H-2B workers will not adversely affect wages and working conditions for similarly employed U.S. workers. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who, of course, has had the border wide open for 4 straight years, says there are employers across the country that would suffer greatly without H-2B workers. Authorizing these supplemental visas helps employers fill those positions. Yes, it fills positions, but at what cost? What cost to the other Americans who would potentially do the same job, but they're not going to do it for the likes of a minimum wage or $15 an hour. Maybe things will change come January. We shall see. I was just checking out the video out of Arlington Heights, Illinois. This is a question we've been discussing with we've had all kinds of issues with electric vehicle fires. And the more big trucks that go the route of electric, we've already had recalls, battery issues. The compressed natural gas, CNG or LNG, and many in the refuse industry are going to the compressed natural gas trucks. Video release shows the moment a garbage truck exploded Friday night in Arlington Heights, Illinois, about 4 in the afternoon. Authorities responded to the area of Derbyshire in Euclid to the report of a truck fire. A garbage truck from Groot Waste Management exploding. I mean, you talk about, and you see the video, massive explosion, causing debris to fly all over. The video shows the stunning explosion, the aftermath of debris raining down into the neighborhood. Police say debris flew several blocks. 2 police officers and a firefighter who were nearby at the time of the explosion sustaining non-life-threatening injuries due to the blast. Now, cause of the fire and subsequent explosion under investigation, but obviously the working theory involves uncontrolled combustion in the truck's garbage collection hopper, wherein surrounding trash provided fuel to the fire, heat rising to the roof where those CNG tanks are located. Yeah, the fire, the heat igniting one or more of the CNG tanks, causing a substantial, to say the least, explosion. Police have documented several additional incidents of related residential property damage. Groot's insurance carrier has opened a claim where impacted residents can file for damages. And of course, how many homes? I can't help but wonder if windows were blown out in some of the homes nearby in a very residential area. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme.
The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are stored.
All right, a couple weeks ago, wasn't feeling the greatest and decided to go ahead and go up to the little clinic there. Wanted to make sure it wasn't like COVID because the princess got off our cruise with COVID, along with several other family members. Turned out to be strep throat. And believe it or not, once you're diagnosed strep throat, antibiotics, within 24 hours of starting your antibiotics, they say you're good to, you're not contagious anymore. Very, very short time frame. Strep throat, the painful bacterial infection, usually presenting a very sore throat. You're contagious for about 24 hours after you start taking the antibiotics. Stay home during the 24 hours to avoid spreading to others. Meanwhile, some of the other goodies, the fun stuff, a.k.a. the flu, influenza. Once you get the flu symptoms, the chills, the body aches, the fever, fatigue, the headaches, you're contagious for up to 7 days. Once the symptoms and the fever subside without the use of fever-reducing medicine, wait at least 24 additional hours before coming in contact with others. So don't go to that holiday party 3 days after you got the flu, but you're feeling a little bit better, you know? COVID, latest guidance. Symptoms: the cough, sore throat, muscle aches, diarrhea, fatigue, nausea, vomiting. Stay home if you're symptomatic. And when you're feeling better and haven't had a fever for 24 hours without the use of fever-reducing drugs, you're less contagious, but still contagious. You can leave your home, but physically distance yourself from others. Yeah, some people find their symptoms actually return or actually get worse after a week. Stay home, stay away from others once again. Yeah, the common cold, unlike the intense onset of flu, colds come on gradually. You know, you start with that runny nose thing, and then you start the coughing, the sneezing, and it kind of progresses. Once you have symptoms, you are contagious. Once the symptoms disappear, you're safe to mingle. Yeah, how much disappear do they mean by that? Do you feel totally... I mean, anyone who's had a cold, it's not like you're totally better. It's a gradual process. You've got the RSV, the respiratory virus, RSV, a viral infection. It usually makes people wheeze. Once you start showing symptoms, coughing, sneezing, wheezing, you're contagious for up to 8 days, according to the CDC. Stay home when you're feeling sick. Clean, frequently touched surfaces thoroughly, as the virus can survive on hard objects for many hours. People who are immunocompromised can be contagious for 4 or more weeks after they start exhibiting, so nearly a month. Once again, wait at least 24 hours after your fever subsided naturally and symptoms have eased before going to that holiday party. All right, whooping cough is another, pertussis, as they call it. Lung infection, very contagious, that causes coughing fits, characterized by that whoop sound after the cough. Can be serious for babies. After you take your appropriate antibiotics, you'll not be contagious after 5 full days of antibiotic treatment.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's confirmed it carried out airstrikes in Syria as part of efforts to neutralise military assets after the fall of the Assad regime. Israeli officials also say Syria's naval fleet has been destroyed. Arab states have criticised Israel's strikes and its movement of troops in the Syrian border areas. Jotam Confino is the Middle East correspondent for The Telegraph and says Israel believes it has to take an opportunity.
Securing the border and then making sure that Assad's army is destroyed. According to the Israeli army, there is an estimate of roughly 80% of his army being fully destroyed, from naval to helicopters, planes, chemical weapons. So it's really just Israel seizing the opportunity and making sure that whoever takes over doesn't have all of these weapons available.
In Syria's capital, Damascus, many people have been returning to work and shops reopening, with the new Prime Minister calling for a period of stability and calm. South Korea's opposition is planning a new impeachment motion against President Yoon Suk-yeol. It'll be the Democratic Party's second attempt over Yoon's failed bid to impose martial law earlier this month. Chris Gilbert reports.
The Democratic Party, or DP, is set to introduce the motion on Thursday with a vote on Saturday. The bill is expected to contain allegations that Yoon directly ordered martial law troops to seal off the National Assembly and arrest lawmakers, amounting to an act of insurrection. The opposition holds just over half of South Korea's National Assembly, but impeachment motions need two-thirds support to pass. The DP's first attempt at impeachment, which came only days after Yoon's announcement and then revocation of martial law, failed after Yoon's party boycotted the vote. The DP has since vowed to push for impeachment every week. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
The man accused of shooting a healthcare boss dead is intending to fight his extradition to New York. Luigi Mangione is currently being held in Pennsylvania, where he was arrested following a nationwide manhunt. Firefighters continue to battle a fast-moving wildfire in the Californian city of Malibu, and thousands of people remain under evacuation orders. Some students at a local university have been forced to shelter in the school's library. Ira Spitzer reports.
The Franklin Fire erupted in Malibu, fueled by powerful dry winds blowing from the mountains toward the Southern California coast. Residents reported seeing the hillside covered in flames, and the fire crossed the Pacific Coast Highway with wind gusts of close to 100 kilometers an hour. At Pepperdine University, several hundred students sheltered in place in the school's library overnight. Malibu has opened other evacuation sites, with power shut down across parts of the coastal city of 10,000 people. The National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning indicating a particularly dangerous situation for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, with more today on Syria and the leader of the HTS rebels who ousted Bashar al-Assad from power last weekend. His name is Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, although that is a nom de guerre, redolent of the fact that his movement is still designated a terrorist organization by the United States. But he says he's put his desire for violent jihad behind him and now wants to play a role unifying Syria after more than 2 decades of the Assad dictatorship's brutality. Emma Beals, a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute and senior advisor at the European Institute of Peace, says there are preliminary signs that he might have changed his ways.
We've seen significant changes in how he has conducted himself, and I think he kind of made a choice that actually he's more interested in a leadership role in Syria than transnational jihadist threats. If he takes over an enormous amount of power, and that's still to be seen, would he rule in a way that the majority of Syrians who rose up against the government and have gone through these 14 years of pain like to see? That's a separate question. And I think the answer to that is potentially no.
She says it is still far from evident that al-Jolani will build a truly inclusive government in Syria or even pave the way for an electoral process there, which is why so many international observers are expressing caution about the country's future.
To recap the top stories, Israel's confirmed it carried out airstrikes in Syria as part of efforts to neutralise military assets after the fall of the Assad regime. In Syria's capital, Damascus, many people have been returning to work and shops reopening. South Korea's opposition is planning a new impeachment motion after President Yoon Suk-yeol over his attempts to impose martial law, and the man accused of shooting a healthcare boss dead is intending to fight his extradition to New York. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
That final hour underway. Hump Day, here it is. According to Truck and Phil, happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers. The Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Sta-Bil. A whopping high of 34 for Fort Wayne today, 37 Sterling Heights. Great show this morning, by the way. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back again. Roll on. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. I saw the video. This would be like a police dash cam video of what turned in more of a gunfight at the OK Corral in Pennsylvania this past morning. A homicide suspect in a semi-truck fatally shot by police about 10:30 Tuesday morning in Harrisburg, PA. The incident involved 29-year-old Santiago Gutierrez, who was wanted for the fatal shooting of Johnny Torres, a 25-year-old, back on Sunday, December the 8th, in Harrisburg. Gutierrez was behind the wheel of a white tractor-trailer Tuesday morning when he became involved in a standoff with the police as they tried to take him into custody. The Washington Post reports Gutierrez used the semi-truck to ram police cruisers as he tried to flee the scene. One eyewitness said they were trying to get him out of the truck. Then he started ramming into the police cars to get out of the parking lot. He got onto the road, and that's when they started shooting. Law enforcement officers firing into the semi-truck. Yes, the shootout there. And as I said, the dash cam video that was shared, numerous officers opened fire. I can't tell you how many shots were fired, but ultimately the threat was eliminated, as they say. And this would be one maybe for our two-time world champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. In the livestock hauling industry, they say police are investigating an incident involving a livestock hauler outside a slaughterhouse in Vermont over the summer. Department of Agriculture inspector reported an incident involving a truck driver unloading pigs from his trailer by kicking them in the head and the neck and shoving them off the back at the Vermont packing house. The report included the observation that the pigs appeared to have been suffering heat stroke after being transported from a farm in New York for 8 hours in a sun-heated trailer. That report released as part of the USDA's quarterly findings, prompting PETA to call for a criminal probe into the incident. People for the Ethnic Treatment of Animals sending Windsor County State Attorney a letter demanding action. The issuance of non-compliance reports and conversations with the establishment enabled the agency to address the incident. Spokesperson for the USDA Food and Safety Inspection Service says the chief operating officer at Vermont Packing House stated the truck driver involved in the incident was a third-party hauler and has since been permanently banned from the facility. Stating we recognize the gravity of the situation. We remain dedicated to preventing future occurrences. Vermont Packing House continues to uphold its commitment to humane animal handling as a cornerstone of our operations and our values. All right, just kick them in the head, get them off the truck. Out on us. Rising Sun checks in this morning. Good to have you with us, Rising Sun.
Yeah, good morning. It's been a while since I called in. Just hadn't been running all night. Been had the leisure of running in the day. You hear me?
Yeah, how you been there? It's been it's been over a year since we talked.
Yeah. Well, I've been having a solar panel driving,
Gotcha.
During the day. I was just calling and regarding on just a few comments from earlier, like health insurance. I tell you, it's Obamacare and everything. It's anything but affordable. My wife and I, we pay $1,400 a month, for our health care. And my wife's had to have 2 surgeries this year, and of course, we reached maxed out of pocket, which is about $8-9 grand, something like that. But
yeah,
what really astounded me was this second surgery she had on her shoulder here a few months ago. Is they required us that we had to pay $7,000 up front before they would even do it with the insurance, everything. They wouldn't even schedule it unless we paid it up front.
Wow.
I mean, it's just. Yeah, it's ridiculous when you're paying that much money for coverage, and it's sickening. Another point I was gonna comment about was the language barrier regarding CDL and so forth. I got DOT there in West Virginia last year. It was just at level 2. And but he's really down to earth, good DOT man, and we just got to talking, after it's done. And I asked him straight up. I said, isn't it the law? As far as shouldn't you be required to speak and speak English? By obtaining a CDL. And he pointed out he's been lawman for I guess 20 plus years, and he said, well, thanks to Obama. Obama was the one that changed all the federal law when it came to that. He said that he said that law enforcement are just as frustrated, if not more, than we are as English speaking Americans or drivers. And he said that, he sees it all the time. He encounters it. They'll hold that phone up, and and everything is right through that. But he said it goes all the way back to Obama. Is the one that changed all that. He said he's the one to blame because it was actually law prior, but they went in and changed, and of course. Reworded it to where, as long as there's some sort of a basic communication in between, whether it be a translator or whatever. So, it's just really frustrating. I mean, I've been driving 30 years and been around this industry since birth. And, I'll tell you, from the 70s, 80s, even the 90s, it's just a completely different world out here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's all I got.
A whole lot has changed.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Where'd you say that happened? That article you were just talking about, that driver they took out, that wreaked all that carnage on law enforcement, that they ended up...
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Harrisburg.
Ah, okay. Yeah, let me guess. He probably couldn't speak very good English either.
I just, based on the last name being Gutierrez, I presume he probably didn't.
Yeah, that's sad, isn't it? I just, and it's not just law enforcement. These shippers and receivers, I've actually encountered several of them, that have made, one as far as making a comment, well, at least you speak English, So, I mean, it's not just us. I mean, you got law enforcement. There's a lot of frustrated people in this industry, on the dock to the shipping offices, receiving, from wearing flip-flops to, to not speaking English. Ain't nobody in this industry can dress like they look like they're on vacation instead of out here working. And, when you're riding down the road, I can understand, being comfortable. When you get out, you're at a shipper or receiver or whatever, I mean,
yes, sir.
Dress like you got some sense. So, that's my rant. Insurance, non-speaking folk, I don't know what else will bring, but, I'm almost afraid to ask. So, all right, well, I appreciate it, Steve. You can get the next one.
It is great to hear from you once again. I guess if you're out driving late one night, it's hard to call us live when you're out there driving in the middle of the day, right? It is 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, Eskimo Mom wanting to talk about some good eats. Vic, first though. Morning, Vic, what's happening?
Oh, this morning I thought you'd get ready to talk to Eskimo Mom there. You guys were talking about owner-operators earlier and the insurance thing. Way back when, maybe things have changed, but you had to put up so much escrow to even be signed on as an owner-operator, and your truck had to be so new. I was like 3, 4, 5 years, I forget what it was, before most companies would even take you on. So I don't know if that's all changed or not, but one of the reasons people went to getting new trucks was, remember when Freightliner came out with that deal to where they would let a company have all these trucks if they turned them back in, if they were like 550,000 miles. And most of those companies that did that, they were people that hired people right out of driving school. And the way that works is when the company goes to turn those back in, so many that I forget what it is, 87% or something like that, of all the parts have to be within certain specifications. So whenever they go to turn their trucks back in, they usually turn them back in maybe a tranche of 20, 50, something like that. So they take all those trucks, whatever the contract calls for it, and if one doesn't quite meet it and another one is way in excess, they rob parts from one truck to another. So now they have to start all over with new wear points. And that's where a lot of these people would wind up getting lemons. And usually the truck, right before they turned it back in, if they were hiring people right out of driving school, that was the ones they gave to those students.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't let them start off with brand new trucks. So there were some lemons that showed up out there that in the trucking industry, and that's why a lot of people said, well, I'll just buy a new truck, but I won't get all the different fancy stuff on it or anything of that. And I remember I was trying to think of his name. I know that it was way back when Bubba Bo was on WLW, and he used to have a lot of drivers come in there. And the one guy came in there, and he bought one of those lemons. And he was pretty well busted, I guess, about the best way to say it. So, but again, the insurance company pretty much insisted that most of those companies, all their trucks met a certain specification. And I know the one trucking company I drove for had owner-operators. They made their owner-operators come in every so often and make sure their trucks were up to standards, because the owner-operated inspections, the DOT inspection, that goes against the company or for the company. So they monitor that pretty closely. So I don't know what the state of the owner-operator industry is now. I just know that's the way it was back when. You had to come up with so much escrow to deposit with the company, and your truck had to be in a certain condition and a certain age. So that's about that. But the other thing I was going to talk about was how the food industry went so far off track. Was the way back whenever they started out with that tobacco thing, and tobacco companies got scared that they were going to go out of business, they started looking around for other sources of income. And that's when they kind of got over into the food industry. but even before that, the food industry, they had changed the way that they, especially in the meat industry, that they raise meat and produce meat. At one time, it was pretty much on family farms, and then they went to these concentrated feeding operations, and they started using a lot of antibiotics in the animals. And you were supposed to take them off the antibiotics at least 14 days before they were marketed. Well, there were a lot of companies that didn't do that, and a lot of them were actually feed companies that had their own feeding operation. And I don't know why, but this one thing sticks in my mind. There's something called arsenic acid, and it kind of fights different diseases and masks them in operations. And I remember one time that this company put so much arsenic acid in their feed that they were literally looked dizzy or something going up the chute onto onto the truck. So that was one thing. Then they got on this kick about well, you have to get fat out of the meat. So beef, you didn't get that good juicy marbling in it. They started calling it marbling fat, and they went to the grass-fed beef. And then finally, the other people, every time you turned around, something was calling cancer to some of these food critics. And they went basically to just, that's where they come up with a lot of this grass-fed beef, because any of your antibiotics are winding up in the fat part of it. And they got to the point that the meat is so far different now than what it was back then, like what the monkey guys were talking about the lard. They got these hogs down to where they sell them on a yield and grade basis, and they can only have so many inches of back fat. And before, it was probably about twice that much. And they don't have that many lard hogs anymore. So by and large, as they kept going and going with this stuff, what I was going to say was that when they got rid of the fat and the meat and everything, they decided that to give all this stuff flavor, they would start adding sugar. And that's where the addictive stuff comes in. And because people can get addicted to sugar, and after a while, their body starts to crave that sugar. So whether that's it, I can't really think of any particular thing that they put in there that made it addictive, other than that they substituted sugar for flavoring, whereas the fat used to always give it flavoring. So they have changed the whole chemistry of the food industry. I guess about the easiest way to put it. And I don't know if you ever went to, like when you were young, Bonanza or Ponderosa steakhouses and stuff, but I remember they had certain standards that they had to have, and you get that big old steak with the marbling in it and everything. Right. You had flavor all through it. There at McDonald's with Ray Kroc, he had a certain feeding regimen, and one of our customers we sold feed to, he also fed beef for McDonald's. And I mean, it was, everything had to be done just right, and that's why whenever you got a hamburger at McDonald's back when Ray Kroc had it, that's why it tasted so good. And I heard, maybe it was Monkey Guy talk about the French fries. That was the other thing Ray Kroc did. He had to buy certain potatoes from
one particular supplier. Yeah, I've got to get to my news break here. Back after this.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
From Feature Story News
At Hotshot
in London,
Secret,
I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's confirmed it carried out airstrikes in Syria as part of efforts to neutralize military assets after the fall of the Assad regime. Israeli officials also say Syria's naval fleet has been destroyed. Arab states have criticized Israel's strikes and its movement of troops in the Syrian border areas. Jotam Confino is the Middle East correspondent for The Telegraph and says Israel believes it has to take an opportunity.
Securing the border and then making sure that Assad's army is destroyed. According to the Israeli army, there's an estimate of roughly 80% of his army being fully destroyed, from naval to helicopters, planes, chemical weapons. So it's really just Israel seizing the opportunity and making sure that whoever takes over doesn't have all of these weapons available.
In Syria's capital, Damascus, many people have been returning to work and shops reopening, with the new prime minister calling for a period of stability and calm. South Korea's opposition is planning a new impeachment motion against President Yoon Suk-yeol. It'll be the Democratic Party's second attempt over Yoon's failed bid to impose martial law earlier this month. Chris Gilbert reports.
The Democratic Party, or DP, is set to introduce the motion on Thursday with a vote on Saturday. The bill is expected to contain allegations that Yoon directly ordered martial law troops to seal off the National Assembly and arrest lawmakers, amounting to an act of insurrection. The opposition holds just over half of South Korea's National Assembly, but impeachment motions need two-thirds support to pass. The DP's first attempt at impeachment, which came only days after Yoon's announcement and then revocation of martial law, failed after Yoon's party boycotted the vote. The DP has since vowed to push for impeachment every week. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
The man accused of shooting a healthcare boss dead is intending to fight his extradition to New York. Luigi Mangione is currently being held in Pennsylvania, where he was arrested following a nationwide manhunt. Firefighters continue to battle a fast-moving wildfire in the Californian city of Malibu, and thousands of people remain under evacuation orders. Some students at a local university have been forced to shelter in the school's library. Ira Spitzer reports.
The Franklin Fire erupted in Malibu, fueled by powerful dry winds blowing from the mountains toward the Southern California coast. Residents reported seeing the hillside covered in flames, and the fire crossed the Pacific Coast Highway with wind gusts of close to 100 kilometers an hour. At Pepperdine University, several hundred students sheltered in place in the school's library overnight. Malibu has opened other evacuation sites, with power shut down across parts of the coastal city of 10,000 people. The National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning indicating a particularly dangerous situation for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
didn't order up any snow. Who ordered the snow? All right, right now it's just a fine line that is developed from, really stretching from north central Ohio all the way down into nearly the Nashville area. But again, it's a really skinny band. It's going to move through pretty quick. I think maybe a tenth of an inch or something. A couple of tenths of an inch further to the north here through central Ohio. But then you got the snow squalls that are going to be coming through the region through the upcoming day. Some of those starting to develop back in central Iowa, northwest Illinois. Meanwhile, let me get to, Eskimo Mom. Talking about good eats. Morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. As for the snow, me and Pup went down to Lexington, so he's a little ahead of me. But he says the roads are wet up in the Dayton area right now. So cross our fingers, hope and pray we don't have any carnage from this little band of snow.
Right.
But with the good eats and everything, like what Jolly Greens talk about with the hamburgers, sometimes the best places to go to is the mom and pop restaurants. And even though they're harder to get into with the big truck, where there's a will, there's a way. So hopefully that may be something to think about. And with the and I know some people they're what they're doing is, and if they got the freezer space with the food, they're starting to purchase their own, like half a cow or half a hog or whatever, have it butchered and everything. And this is usually a lot of times it's like somebody's family farm where they can purchase the hog or the cow or whatever, get it butchered and have it stored in their freezer for later on. And so that might get them out of the antibiotics and get out of more of the processed meats and everything. And there's still some people canning out there. It's few and far between, but they're still canning. But the bigger problem with what we have is that we don't get out. We're not working off the good eats that we have anymore. We're going home. We're jumping in the truck, doing our job, getting off work, too tired to go home and do any. Or when we get home, too tired to do anything. And or when we get on our 10-hour break, we just want to just crash out in the bunk and do nothing.
Yep.
And before I forget to, with the whooping cough and the RSV, there was people. My one cousin, there's a cousin of mine. She just had a baby back in October, and she was pleading on Facebook the other day that please, if you're sick, don't come around. Don't be kissing on the babies right now.
No doubt.
Because if you have whooping cough. Or if you have whooping cough or RSV, one of those two, then babies are not vaccinated against it. And something that for us is just a little sniffle can turn into a life-threatening situation for them.
Absolutely.
Because they can't really cough up the mucus, or they can't really fight it.
Yeah, I had all my vaccinations as a kid, and it's been, I don't know, how old's Aubrey now? Like 3? Yeah, I just recall, and right about the time Aubrey was born, had my routine physical, and doctor suggested you need a pertussis booster. And I thought, well, I had all my vaccines. He said, well, especially if you're going to be around kids, and you got the new baby coming. And I didn't realize it. Something for you wouldn't be bad. But if you pass it to the baby, it could be deadly. So I got the pertussis booster at the time. All right. Let me see. Dirty Harry chimed in here a little bit ago. Morning, Dirty Harry. He said, good morning, Steve. I haven't really been feeling too good. I finished my treatments last Monday. Been meaning to try to call in, but again, just haven't been feeling real well. Been sleeping a lot, but I'm up, just listening in the background, not really paying too much attention, but just listening. I had to go for an emergency CT scan yesterday for coughing up some blood over the weekend. We'll see how things go when they call me and give me the results. So I'll be in touch soon. Just letting you know I'm still here, still fighting we'll see how things go. All right, so yeah, he had if you had missed it, the lung cancer that had been in remission for I forget how many years. It returned here, and he's been going through the treatments, and obviously, those who have been through it know that treatment, chemo and whatnot, makes you deathly ill. A lot of folks start, and once they get a couple of treatments in, say, that's it, I can't do it. Just kind of give up. All right, Rand, praying for you, thinking of you there. Dirty Harry. Yeah, I hope the prognosis is good, the results. Randy, good morning. We're misty rain here, 50 degrees in New Tazewell, Tennessee this morning. All right, is a bipartisan bill to ensure that commercial drivers acquire only one CDL, which makes perfect sense to me. It passed the House. It's headed to the president's desk. The Strengthening the Commercial Driver's License Information System Act, which was Senate Bill 3475, was approved through a voice vote on the House floor Monday. It had passed the Senate back in September. Introduced by Senator Gary Peters, it would protect funding for the CDL information system, which ensures that commercial drivers have only one license and one complete driver record. Representatives Rick Larson and Sam Graves spoke in support of the bill on Monday, stating the system ensures commercial drivers are vetted with a single license and a complete record, which is critical for the safety on our roads. Absent this tool, commercial drivers could lose their license for safety violations in one state, but simply apply for a license in another state. Up until 2022, states paid fees directly to the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators to operate this system. However, a statutory review by the FMCSA found that fees cannot legally go to that organization. The Strengthening the Commercial Driver's License System Act would reinstate the previous funding structure. This essential system is used nationwide to make sure commercial drivers are approved to operate on our roads. But recent changes to the funding could jeopardize the effectiveness, according to Peters. So this common sense bipartisan bill to reinstate and make permanent the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators authority to operate the CDL information system. All right. The bill had the support of the American Trucking Associations and obviously the AAMVA, because that was their deal. So let me see. It looks like Eagle wanted to chime in a bit about the lease purchase deal for some of those drivers out there. All right, welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you had some other people call in and talk to you about that, lease purchase program. It's not a good program to get into, Steve, for nobody, even experienced drivers, because it's a no-win situation. The more you could drive all you want, but you still got a set amount of money that you're gonna have to pay before you could even see some type of return.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, say you make $3,000 or $4,000. Yeah, that sounds real good, but they forget to tell you that you have to pay the truck payment, fuel, and whatever else they decide to deduct out of your pay. And that leaves you with very little pay after they take all that out. That's what these guys at UB ended up with, less money than a company driver. I'm a company driver, and I make way more than that every week. And I ain't a dime coming out of my pocket to drive this truck. I get a blowout tire. You guys don't know how much these tires cost nowadays, Steve. A steer tire on one of these trucks. You can't repair a steer tire. I found that out a couple of years ago. If you get a nail in a steer tire, you can't replace it. I mean, you can't put a patch on a steer because it could blow out, and you have an accident and steer tire blow out. You have to buy a whole new tire. Steer tire is damn near $700-800 for one tire. A lot of people don't have that type of money to pay that much. Then you got to pay road service to come out, put the tire on. You looking at $800 to $1,000 just for a steer tire on the truck. Yeah, that's a lot of money to pay for for tires and the super singles. A lot of people don't use the super singles no more because they cost so much money. A super single is instead of having two tires on an axle, you got one. Them things could cost you up to $1,500 for one tire or more. And roll call, you got to throw in the money for the roll call. So, like I said, these guys don't realize what they're getting into. They show you a nice, pretty truck when you go to Swift or Warner or CR England. They got these lease purchase programs. All you're doing is making a payment for that company. That's the reason why that idiot, that Sundance that calls in, that's what he was involved in, was the lease deal. And you see every time the guy calls in, he kept talking about he got a lawsuit against somebody. He ain't gonna never win that damn lawsuit because he signed the contract and screwed himself. And that's what it's all about, Steve. These companies see that these guys, they want to up the speed, like Grump said the other day. They think they riding high because they got a truck running 75 miles an hour. And the more they're too dumb to realize, the faster you operate that truck, that's even less money that's going in your pocket when you're running at 75 instead of running at 65. You just eating up your money. That's all. You're eating up your money in the fuel tank. So like I say, that's the reason why they get these new drivers involved in that deal, Steve, because they're inexperienced. They don't know anything about the truck industry, and they'll bring them in. How you gonna put a guy in a brand new truck making truck payments that's only been driving trucks 6 months? He say he owner operator. I tell you right there, it's a bad deal to begin with, Steve. Like a guy said the other day, $1,500 a week. What is that? For $6,000 a month truck payment. That don't even include the fuel or nothing else. So, like I said, it's better to stay in a company truck, Steve. Like I say, only bad thing about being in a company truck is I can't go where I want to go. They got forced dispatch. That's the only drawback I see, And, even if you're owner operator, you still got to run logs. You still got to run electronic logs. It used to be in the old days, owner operator could still run the paper logs and a lie and cheat, then you can make some money that way. But now even the owner operators have to run electronic logs. So, like I said, the owner operator business, Steve, you can clearly see it. It's a dying breed out here on the road. You don't see too many owner operator trucks going down the road like you used to. And my truck does 72 miles an hour. I'm a company driver, and I very rarely get passed up, even by owner operators, because like I said, there's very few owner operators out here, and the ones that are out here, they only run at about 65 or slower, to try to save on fuel and stuff. So that business has gone down the drain, and anybody who signs on to one of you, I hope they know this too, Steve. Whenever you leave that company, whatever that truck, if you say you drive for Warner and you lease on the Warner and you decide that you don't want to continue on paying that truck payment, guess what? That truck stays in Warner and you move on to the next company, and guess what? Warner brings in another guy, another idiot to sign that contract and continue driving that truck to continue making the payment for Warner. So if he decides to move on, they'll find another idiot to do the same thing. So you figure out if it's a good deal or not. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, it's the lather, rinse, repeat. Do it over and over again. Meat in the seat is what they've referenced for years.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Arnold returned with vengeance to defend his 5-0 Pro title. The Milkman delivered a Florida Hot Farm title back to Pennsylvania. And Bombers I Got This had it all under control in both halves of Region 2. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. It's this weekend. The NTPA Convention and Awards Banquet is this Friday and Saturday, December 6th and 7th. We've mentioned special awards a few times, but what are they? Well, the NTPA membership votes on a Puller of the Year from every Grand and National division. They also select a sled, rookie, crew chief, mechanic, and manufacturer of the year. And they choose regional, grand, and supernational pulls of the year. WPI and TPA committees and partners nominate recipients for Official, Senpico Fan Cheer, Pulling Family, Larry Kester Humanitarian, Commitment to Excellence and Dedication, and the Kent Enderley NTPA Hard Charger. We'll begin our reports on all of these worthy award winners next week, but first let's get to know the last of our 2024 Regional National Champions. Darren Bomber, Brookville, Indiana. I Got This, 2024 NTPA Region 2 Hot Farm Northwest Champion. The Bombers '06 first took aim at a Region 6 title and finished just 5 points back of Brian McConnell's Milkman's Mojo after scoring a win in Satsuma. On the northwest side of Region 2, the team got off to a scalding hot start with a second and then 2 wins won by Joseph at the newly expanded Arcola. I Got This didn't win again in the sub-region, but it also never trailed while piling on 6 more top 5 finishes, including another second in Monroe and 3 thirds. Tim Jones's Against the Odds hung the toughest at -19. Darren Bomber, Brookville, Indiana. I Got This, 2024 NTPA Region 2 Hot Farm Southeast Champion. Maybe they need to change its name to I Got These. One title having been more or less secured by midsummer, the Bombers turned their attention to the southeastern subregion and resumed their winning ways in Washington Courthouse, Joseph, and Springfield, Darren, in July. But the Carrington's Endless was on top early with Connor's second in Van Wert and qualified for the Enderley after Brian's must-win at Lynn. At the finale in Greensburg, however, Darren was victorious for the 3rd time to forge a standings tie and claim the breaker on wins 3-1. Brian McConnell, Volant, Pennsylvania. Milkman's Mojo, 2024 NTPA Region 6 Hot Farm Champion. McConnell hauled his 1066 to the Sunshine State for his first taste of NTPA competition and finished 7th in Ocala at 1.7 feet. Undaunted, he returned for the next night and won convincingly. A second and a first at Satsuma lifted him to 3rd in the standings behind Region 2 rivals Darren Bomber's I Got This and Brian Carrington's Endless. And there they sat for 10 weeks until the series resumed at Green Cove Springs. There, McConnell proved that unlike the Postman, the Milkman rings 3 times, and that victory followed by a runner-up clinched his first NTPA title. Hayden Arnold, Newcastle, Indiana. Wrapped up with vengeance, 2024 NTPA Region 2 5.0 Pro Stock Champion. Arnold and his 50-20 opened their sophomore season together with a win out of the gate at Greenfield. But they were challenged by Chris Kane's Aces Wild, which got off to a similarly fast start, victorious in Rushville. Kane led for the season's second period, but never by more than 2 points, and Arnold narrowed and then reclaimed the lead with a pair of runner-ups in Lisbon and Urbana. Down the stretch, the lead slowly widened thanks to more seconds in Sandusky and the Findlay finale, and ultimately wrapped up a 2nd straight title. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
Quickly as we head down the home stretch on a Wednesday morning. Yeah, we were talking earlier, the The continued dilemma of the drone sightings night after night in the Northeast. Why can we not get answers? More and more members of Congress asking the same thing. Why are we not getting answers? And the one that said, if we don't start getting answers, we'll take it to the classified level. Might this all be government? Some sort of what they call a dark program? Newsweek contacted the governor's office. This is New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy via email for contact. As we've been reporting, drones seen near the Picatinny Arsenal, a military facility. President-elect Donald Trump's Bedminster golf course, prompting the Federal Aviation Administration to temporarily restrict drone flights over these locations. But as more and more sightings, drones described as large, brightly lit and loud, have also been reported over reservoirs, electric transmission lines, police stations. With some eyewitnesses saying they're the size of small cars. Earlier in the week, there was a viral video claiming to show a drone crash that was circulating online. No official confirmation has emerged to that. The Florham Park Police Chief, Joseph Orlando, calls the presence of the drones, in his words, nefarious in nature. But authorities continue to say there's no immediate threat. Unusual phenomena has been linked in some cases. And the report, Pappy brought this up last evening, of a family's report of their car. They're being in proximity to a drone overhead. Their car clock changed while the drone was overhead. All we know at this point is last week, Governor Murphy met with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and other officials, later posting via social media. We're actively monitoring the situation and in close coordination with our federal law enforcement partners. Keep getting the same answers day after day. The one thing that Murphy left off with, he said, for his residents, if you see these things, report the sightings to local law enforcement or the FBI, promising transparency, stating if we have news, I'll let you know the minute we know something. So another day passes by. What would they say? 50 different drone sightings. I guess that was Sunday night alone. They're in one particular county in New Jersey. All right, we'll have maybe more when we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, where we'll kick off our Thursday, a.k.a. Friday Eve edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hope you'll join us then.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day